Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku became Hero Society's biggest YouTuber? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Prologue. Yume. Hero analysis for the future you. Is this thing working? I can't tell. The black screen lights to a blurry screen before focusing on a boy fiddling with the camera. The camera keeps changing its focus, eventually landing on his shirt that says, "Pants," is in clear view, along with the boy's green hair. Oh, the light is blinking okay. The boy leans back, sitting on the chair. Entry 1 #4 Hero Analysis. My name is Yume, and welcome to analysis of Pro Hero Present Mic. This is my first ever video, so any feedback is appreciated. Now, on to the disclaimer. The screen switched to a black background with text, a voice-over of Yume saying, "Disclaimer, these videos are not in any way affiliated with any of the people mentioned. This is just a fan video made for fun, and is not intended in any way to be discriminatory, offensive, or hurt anyone. If you are a person or a representative of a person that I have analyzed, please contact me if you wish to take the video down. Please do not strike me, sad face." The message slowly fades back into the main camera view of Yume. Let's get started, shall we? Pro Hero Present Mic is ranked 18 in Japan. His quirk is voice, he's able to. And then he'd be able to keep damage to a minimum. That's all for this video. Bye. Midoriya Izuku shut off the camera, a relieved sigh on his lips. It was nerve-wracking, finally committing to this side project he'd been thinking about. Ever since Mom had gifted him the camera 2 years ago, Izuku had been dying to try out this HeroTube thing. Izuku knew why Mom had gifted him that. If Izuku found a new hobby, then maybe he would give up on being a hero and stay safe. Izuku looked down at his hero notebook. Maybe he should give up. Not until he's sure. Not until he's sure this HeroTube thing is going to stick with him and not some week-long obsession before he moves on to the next thing. Izuku powered up his editing software. It was a paid one. He's had it for years, since it came free with another software he downloaded. He's never used it though. Time to search for tutorials. The first ever video of Yume, Hero Analysis for You, was posted later that night. Izuku admits that it wasn't the best. The editing consisted of some basic cuts, zoom-ins and basic pictures here and there mixed in. He added clips of Present Mic in the appropriate places, some videos of how said hero used his quirk and such. All in all, it was basic, but Izuku was proud. It was his first ever video. Hero Analysis 1 #Present Mic Yume, Hero Analysis for You. 29 views posted XX January 2 XX140. For my first ever video, I'm going to be talking about Pro Hero Present Mic. Izuku sighed. Realistically, he knew he wouldn't get that many views on his first video, but that didn't mean it hurt less. But this was Izuku, he wasn't one to give up that easily. Izuku cracked his knuckles, wanting to quickly finish today's assignment and hand them in so he could work on his next video. Izuku went to an online school, although it only started this year. Sometimes he'd miss real schools, miss the atmosphere, miss how it felt to wake up early, shower, wear a uniform and head off. And then he'd remember the glances, the threats, the pushing, the sneers and the spider lilies on his table, and he'd be thankful. Not that he was thankful his mother died, forcing him out of Aldra, but small mercies, yeah? 4 hours passed before Izuku finished all of his assignments for that day. He stretched out, relieving the tension in his body. What video should I do next? Maybe a video on Selkie? Hitoshi was bored. Which, in all honesty, is normal for him. Dad and Pops weren't home yet, and Hitoshi swore he's watched all the cat videos at least 50 times today. So yeah, he was bored. Scrolling through HeroTube for more cat videos that he hasn't seen yet, Hitoshi stumbled upon a video. Buried Underground 3 #Red Eyes Yume, Hero Analysis for You. The video was by a small channel named Yume, with a total of 4,830 subscribers. They posted videos weekly, and had a few ongoing series. The main one Hitoshi noticed was called Hero Analysis and had 13 videos, the earliest one being 5 months ago. There were also other series, namely Hero Highlight, Back in Time, and Buried Underground, the last of which Hitoshi was interested in. The video started with a basic intro of a name and a background song, which made Hitoshi scoff. The screen changes to show a boy, green hair with an undercut. The boy smiled at the camera. Entry number 3 for Buried Underground. My name is Yume, and welcome to my analysis of Red Eyes. For any new viewers, Buried Underground is a series where I analyze underground heroes, although due to their nature of work, I won't be revealing any specifics of their quirks or their real hero names. On to the disclaimer. Hitoshi watched as the boy explained a hero who was normally seen in black, with a very interesting scarf. Hitoshi knew that hero, he sees the man every day at home. How did this random kid know so much about Eraserhead? It was obvious he researched everything thoroughly. The way he presents Eraserhead was sure. His wording never revealed any important information about Eraserhead that might put him at a disadvantage, but he did leave an interesting perspective of the Erasure hero, discussing his fighting style and even giving suggestions. It was very entertaining, despite Hitoshi already knowing a lot about said hero already. Hitoshi only had one problem: the editing was appalling. Sure, this Yume dude could have done better? Hitoshi could do better for a school presentation. Hitoshi tunes back into the video, already near the end. Yume does his outro, but then he mentions a small, "oh." And if any of you guys want a private analysis, you can message me. I'm in need for more practice, that's all. Bye. A chance for Hitoshi to be a little sheet? How could he pass this? Hitoshi went into the description, finding a link to the boy's blog. Hitoshi wasn't going to ask about his own quirk, he already got enough sheet for that normally, he didn't want sheet for it online too. How does one approach a random stranger? Maybe Hitoshi should go the Hitoshi way. XX October XXXX. Beginning of your friendship, chat now. Koffiket. You're editing SCKS. Sorry? Koffiket. I can't tell if you are serious or not. Yuf, I'm sorry you don't like how I edit. I don't really know how to properly edit, so. Koffiket. I can do it. You can? Like really? I can't pay you anything though. Koffiket. Don't have to pay. I can't stand the shitty editing. Are you sure? Like serious? Wait, you're not like the Pefli, right? My mom says not to talk to people like you. Koffiket. I'm not a Pefli. I'm 14. I'm so sorry. I'm 14 too, laughing face. Koffiket. Seriously? Yeah. Koffiket. Kinda expected you to be like 17 or some. Maybe just very short. I am a growing boy, sad face. Koffiket. Sure you are. Hitoshi stopped typing. He just wanted to be a nuisance to pass the time. Now he's made a commitment. DMNU social anxiety. And he hasn't even asked about his quirk. What an odd fellow. You okay? Did I scare you away, winky face? Please come back, I need friends. Koffiket. Sorry. I was brooding. Is it really a good idea for you to let me edit your videos? I'm a total stranger. Probably not. But if it means I have more time to make more videos, then I'll take it. Koffiket. You're really trusting, huh? Shinso Hitoshi. Laughing face. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you. Koffiket. Hee for now. Okay. XX 1507 XXX. That's my number, by the way. Koffiket. Too trusting. Shinso Hitoshi added a new contact. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. Hey, Dad. The Erasure hero turned towards his son. Yeah. I found a video on you? Shoyuta furrowed his brows. There shouldn't be any videos about me. Hitoshi shrugged, bringing his phone to the hero. He's chill, he didn't reveal your quirk or your hero name. Apparently I'm his editor now. Shoyuta gave a questioning eyebrow raise at the last statement, to which the boy shrugged again. Just watch it. You can take it down if you want, his email is there. I don't know how you're going to prove it's you though. Shoyuta sighed, putting down the red pen from marking his students' papers. Hitoshi put his phone down, walking over to the fridge to get something to eat, Prince, the cat, meowing at his feet. Shoyuta pressed play. As the video finished, Shoyuta began drafting an email. Maybe winking would work. I have to try it another time. Izuku didn't expect to wake up to an email. Much less an email from Eraserhead. At least, from a person claiming to be Eraserhead. If it was him though, it made sense. There was a reason Eraserhead videos were hard to find. The hero probably has some sort of scanner to remove videos about him. Izuku sighed. I guess I have to delete that video. A month's work gone. Izuku clicked the email, running a program in the background to verify the email. Meanwhile, Izuku read it. This is Eraserhead, or Red Eyes, from your video. I'm not sure how you'd like me to confirm my identity, so I attached an image of my hero license. I trust you not to share this on the internet. I have connections. If you would, please delete the video. I can't have anything about me being out there. Good job on the video though, everything was logical and intriguing. I'll be sure to keep watching. Eraserhead. Izuku read it, then read it again, and a third time before he fully processed the email because, what the F dash? Eraserhead? Yes, the real Eraserhead, the program he made tracked the email to be from Yume, and the hero license was authentic from what Izuku could make out. Liked his analysis, even wanting more? Izuku must be dreaming. He must be dreaming. Right? What? Now he has an editor, and friend, maybe? And a hero noticing him? Izuku smiled. Maybe life was looking up anyway. Izuku felt gross, sticky, mad, sad, empty, and every other emotion his brain could think of right now. The sludge stuck to his clothes, groceries abandoned in that tunnel, and notebook damp. Pro heroes are always having to risk their lives. Some villains just can't be beaten without powers. So, can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku cursed, slowly opening the door. It's not bad to have a dream, young man. Just make sure your dreams are attainable. His bag felt heavier, ironic, since he lost some stuff when he threw it at that villain to save Kaken. Realistic. Realistic my butt. Izuku wonders if Kaken is okay now. The feeling of anger rose again, this time, with an added touch of disappointment. Those heroes. They didn't do anything. Didn't help Kaken. But they were heroes? Why didn't they help? None of us have the right quirks to stop a villain like this. Death Arms had said. Quirks. It all boiled down to quirks. Izuku felt his finger twitching to record a video. So he did. The video started blank, as it usually does. The bunny intro that appeared a month ago, along with an editor, wasn't there this time. The video had a rough feeling to it, uncut, unpolished. Yume stared at the camera, his expression was sad. He was sad, but most of all he was disappointed. He's in a t-shirt saying, sucks. The boy's smile seemed forced. His background was different from usual. Something was off. It was bland, empty, liveless, but the door, the walls, the bed, those were the same. All the All Might merch was gone. Hi, it's Yume. Usually I'm more upbeat during my videos, but honestly. His smile fades, a grimace in place of it. I don't think I have the energy nor any FKS right now. Let's talk about the sludge villain incident. You've probably seen the sludge incident earlier this evening. It was all over the news. Usually I'd gush about how the heroes saved the day, even All Might was there. But, did they? Did the heroes really save the day? The victim dash. Yume's voice wavered at the word victim, but he continued on. Was a young boy. He's still in middle school, you know? I knew him. Maybe that's why it hurt more. I won't be sharing his name or face, despite it being all over the media. Yume's face grew serious. His face, his name, shouldn't be all over the internet. He's a minor, there are rules that state his face and name couldn't be spread. Yes, I know it was broadcast live, so his face would inevitably be all over the internet. But I also saw pictures of him that weren't from the attack. His name, which definitely was not general knowledge that could be shared so lax, was going viral on Twitter. Yume sighed, running a hand through his hair. You could hear the exhaustion in his voice. You saw the other boy, no? The one who ran in? That was me, so I guess if that went everywhere it's my fault and whatever, I was dumb. But you know what? The video zoomed in a bit, Before I ran in, before I decided to do something to let said victim breathe, you know what I said to the heroes? All the other heroes there, sans All Might because he wasn't there yet, heard me. I know this because they replied. I said no, yelled, go for the eyes. His eyes are solid, please, you have to help redacted. He can't breathe, please. And what did the heroes reply? Leave it to the heroes, kid, or, we're waiting for more heroes, stay calm, and most insultingly, we don't have the right quirks. Quirks. Yume's breaths were heavy. You didn't have the right quirks? I didn't have the right quirk, but I managed to let redacted breathe. I aimed for the eye with a book. I get it, some quirks have really bad matchups. Yes, Kamui Woods is weak to fire. But you know what isn't weak to fire? Water, Backdraft's quirk. Why did you decide to put out the fire of an empty building when the reason the fire was there, redacted as quirk, was still going crazy? Mount Lady, I get that you just debuted the very same day, but staying giant and helpless instead of, I don't know, maybe keeping the civilians away? Remember, I, a teenage boy, managed to run past most of you heroes. Yume sounded like he was about to cry, or laugh, or maybe both. Which is why I'm going to list all the ways I have already made in which the heroes already present before All Might appeared could have saved the victim. Yume smiled, but it didn't meet his eyes. Let's get started, shall we? The sludge villain incident. Why the heroes almost failed. 0 views posted XX June 2 XX100. This video is different from my usual ones. This one was made impulsively, but I need to talk about this. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. I'm so sorry for the odd video. New episode of Hero Highlight in a few days. Reply. Marry me Hawks at Hawksimp, Fridge. Why is Yamade me mad trending in Heroes? What's happening? 1 replies, 4 likes, retweet, share. Yume team at Cookie Monster, 4H. Replying to at Hawsimp. Haven't you seen the video? Replies, 2 likes, retweet, share. Marry me Hawks at Hawksimp, Fridge. Replying to at Hawksimp at Cookie Monster. No? Why are they a new hero or some? Why is a pun trending? I need to KNOW. 1 replies, like, retweet, share. Yume team at Cookie Monster, 4H. Replying to at Hawksimp at Cookie Monster. https www.hero2.be 14 replies, 76 likes, 156 retweets, share. Spain W out the S at Fangirl 231, 3H. Man, I used to like Death Arms. That video slaps though, hashtag Yume. 7 replies, 46 likes, 13 retweets, share. Dummy Thick at Kuriorio, 3. Replying to at Fangirl 231. Why is everyone blaming the heroes? All that kid did was disturb the heroes' jobs. It's not like this Yume dude could have saved the explosion boy by himself. 1 replies, 2 likes, retweet, share. Japan Now at Chpnote, 3H. A video made by HeroTuber, Yume, about the sludge incident recently has gone viral, pointing out the flaws of the heroes during said incident. Find out more at https www.japannow.com QWV2. 6.9k replies, 37.8k likes, 10k retweets, share. Death Arms Agency at Det Harms, 2H. Our goal is always to protect the innocent. We do not wish to fuel the fire and will not comment further on the video that has gone viral. Thank you for your support. 9.7k replies, 3.1k likes, 24.3k retweets, share. Stressed and depressed at Taida, 2H. Replying to at Death Arms. Seriously? That's it? Hashtag Yume. 6 replies, 25 likes, retweet, share. Bara Arms BB at Iwasimp, 4H. Replying to at Death Arms. Mailman's got ratioed. 3 replies, 36 likes, retweet, share. Sanic Owo at Idayton, 2H. We have been asked to comment on the viral video circulating. However, the Idayton agency wasn't involved, nor are we located near the incident. Please, stop harassing our media manager. 156 replies, 1.8k likes, 468 retweets, share. CWD at Lapperway, 2H. Replying to at Idayton. NO who changed the display name. 5 replies, 56 likes, retweet, share. Tony the Tiger at Meowbich, replying to at Idayton at Lapperway. Idayton Agency Furry confirmed? Whoa. 1 replies 34 likes retweet share. Number 6 on trending. The sludge villain incident. Why the heroes almost failed. 68M views posted XX June 2 XX 132M 57K. This video is different from my usual ones. This one was made impulsively, but I need to talk about this. Comments. Write a comment. Pin by Yume. I'm so sorry for the odd video. New episode of Hero Highlight in a few days. 6.8K reply. Show 746 replies chapter text. Chapter 1. Q&A. Thanks for 100K plus? Izuku whined, shuffling in his bed. His back felt sore and his pillow was oddly damp. Izuku sat up, yawning. His hair was still wet when he went to sleep. Izuku checked the clock alarm beside his desk. 5 a.m. Not that early for him, so Izuku shrugged it off. The phone kept vibrating as Izuku did his daily stretches. Maybe it was the landlord? Mr. Nakamura had always been pretty nice to him. Or maybe it was Hitoshi. He had a habit of spamming Izuku with cat videos and photos when the editor couldn't sleep at. After satisfied with his stretches, Izuku continued with his normal routine. Washing his face, making a small breakfast of eggs and brushing his teeth. Izuku re-entered his room, grabbing his phone to 500 plus notifications. What? Izuku read over it again and again, rubbing his eyes and pinching himself. What happened while he was asleep? Editor Cohen. _ Midoriya. You son of a beach. What was that video? You were hot NGL. Ignore that. But SERIOUSLY. WTF. Midoriya, if you don't reply at this moment. IWILL, stop editing your vids. For maybe a week. Please answer, don't leave a man hanging, bro. Fine, Ima make subtitles and translate him. Bro, you are trending on Twitter. OSHIT. Mito, please, you are famous now? OMG #Umedemid is trending. Whoever started that was a genius. I'm gonna assume you are sleeping cause you didn't cry at my threat. You better reply first thing in the morning. He who the video hit 20M views? People are dumb. Screenshot of a comment, presumably under Izuku's viral video. It read, why person hate heroes so much like he's just Jalouse. I live for bad spelling unironically. Do you think best genist has a mouth? That I think I need sleep. Izuku's heart stopped. What? Viral? No. Shinso was messing with him. Right? Izuku quickly excited the messaging app, ignoring that small tinge in his brain to not leave someone on read, and instead opened his Twitter. It was chaos. He was tagged in multiple posts. For some reason he had around 57K followers. What? There were so many people supporting him, it was overwhelming. How was he supposed to react to that? He expected hate from that video. He expected to wake up and see it private by Shinso. Tears sprung as he kept reading the replies to his video. When the replies started blurring together, not only from the tears, Izuku went to his channel. 68M views. That's how much he got. He had around 240K subscribers. What is this madness? The reporters outside were noisy, constant thumps and clicks and shouts echo throughout the house. The old hag and old man are outside, trying to calm the crowd. Katsuki didn't know how they found his address. Hell, he doesn't want to know. Probably better he doesn't. Plus, why the F are they even here at 9 p.m.? The blonde scrolls through YouTube, ignoring the incessant messages from those extras at middle school. School was boring. By the 10th video commentating on the villain incident earlier, Katsuki was ready to smash his phone and puke. His messages were going crazier than before, but it was past 8 and he'd rather not have any social interaction past a certain point. Katsuki was about to give up on finding a distraction when he saw another video. It was on trending, the 13th one. It looked the same as the other more viewed videos about the sludge villain incident, only it was Deku. What the F dash? That can't be stupid Deku. Did someone find out that he saved me and was the kid who jumped in? That wasn't it. That was nowhere near what the video was about. Deku was stronger. He looked stronger, And Katsuki knows it wasn't a physical thing. When he yelled at Talk to Deku, he looked as scrawny as he did when he ran out in the middle of class after that phone call, rushing to the hospital. What the F dash? What does Deku think he is? Making a video showing how weak Katsuki was. If he ever sees that FANGBSRD again, he'd beat that out of him. Achoo! Achoo! Izuku rubbed his nose, groaning. Even when I don't do anything people are talking bad about me, he sighed. Editor Kuan, _ / should I really post it? I feel like I'm just bragging. What if all the subscribers are going to unsubscribe after they realize that I don't expose people every day? I'm not a drama channel. Help me, Editor Kuan -- First of all, stop calling me that. You know my name. Second of all, even if people don't like your usual content, FM, and also, they still probably want to know more about you. I even got on call WU to record. Oh yeah, your voice is really deep. It's nice, happy face. But seriously though, just post it. Or do you want all my hard work gone? How dare you? Wait, no. I'm sorry, Fine, I'll post it, CRI. Smiley face. Transcript of Huan. Thanks for 100k plus? By CoffeeCat, English translation by CoffeeCat. The video opens with the usual intro, a green bunny hopping onto the screen, promptly falling asleep as its dream cloud floats up, the word Yume appearing onto the screen. The intro cuts to a nervous-looking boy on what looks to be a couch. Behind him, posters of some heroes. Yume, hello. Yume here. Yume fidgets with his fingers. Yume, there are lots of you that are new cause of that video. Oh, thank you for over 200k subscribers. So, I decided to do a Q&A to celebrate. I tweeted out, Yume mutters, I can't believe people actually replied so. Yume, I will answer them, and joining me is my editor. A drumroll sound effect appears. Yume smiles and does jazz hands at the camera. Yume. Editor Kuan. Editor Kuan. That literally doesn't change anything. The voice comes from Yume's phone. Yume, hee. Thanks for joining me, Editor Kuan. Editor Kuan, are you going to call me that every time? Yume, Let's go on to the first question. Editor Kuan, I still don't get why I'm here. The video beeps, cutting to Yume holding a plush doll of Crimson Riot. Editor Kuan, Hum's first question, is Yume your real name? From it, Cats be curious. Yume, Snope. Awkward silence. Editor Kuan, that's it? Yume, Editor Kuan huffs, amused while Yume winks at the camera. Editor, okay, next question, milk before cereal or cereal before milk? Yume, milk before cereal. Editor Kuan, dramatic gasp, how? Dare. It's cereal before milk. That's it, I'm not going to edit your videos anymore. Yume, wait, no, please, I beg for your mercy. Editor Kuan, perish. Yume puts a hand to his chest, gripping his tank top t-shirt. Yume, I am die. Editor Kuan, that beep dead. Welp, guess I finally have time to edit Loud Claw's documentary. Video. Yume, I am alive. Editor Kuan, too bad. Yume, I know, right? Editor Kuan, wait, what? Video beep again, cutting to Yume now with another apple. Editor Kuan, Yume-san, why are you so cute from it, monkey? Actually this boy ain't that. Yume, hey, I am cute. W, no I'm not, I mean. Editor Kuan, self-deprecation avoided. Next question from @NotHawks, wait, isn't that actually Hawks though? Yume, I thought that was fake though? Editor Kuan, hums probably. @NotHawks asks, who's your favorite hero, and then in brackets, does their name start with H and end with Ox? It's all. Yume's face freezes, his smile slowly fading off. There was a short silence. Editor Kuan, Yume? Yume? Oh, yes, sorry. My favorite hero is an underground one, so I can't tell you guys, sorry. Editor Kuan, same. Yume, wait, really? You've never mentioned that? Editor Kuan, yeah, it's how I found your channel. Yume, wait. The video beeps again, this time cutting to Yume on his bed, now in a dark green sweater. Yume, sorry guys, I had stuff to do, so we're on my bed now. We have how many questions left? Editor Kun, like, for more. Yume, alright, hit me. Editor Kun, oh, here's an obvious one. How old are you? Yume, I am. The camera zooms into Yume's face, his expression stern. Yume, immortal. Editor Kun, I thought you died earlier in the video? Yume, but you see I'm still here so I am immortal. Editor Kun, holy beep, you right. Another cut, Yume was now laying upside down, legs up against the wall and head hanging off the bed. Yume, and that's why I think that best genius does have a mouth. Editor Kun, nah, he doesn't have a mouth, that's why he covers his face. Yume, groans whatever. We got off topic. Editor Kun, how it's gone SCK if I cut off this conversation. SCKS to SCKS viewers. Yume, you wouldn't. Editor Kun, I would. Yume sighs, shifting his head back onto the bed. Editor Kun, okay, from at the moist, how are you brave enough to jump into the sludge villain incident? Yume, well, I wasn't really thinking. Nor was I brave or anything. I was basically just acting on impulse. I didn't really care if I got hurt that day. It was a tough day, so. Yume closes his eyes, taking a breath. Editor Kun pauses for a short while. Editor Kun, yeah, Yume's a dumb beep. Yume gasps, what the beep did you just beep say about me, you little beep? I'll have you know I graduated top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret. Editor Kun, STOP. Yume pouts, hugging in Mirko bunny plush. Editor Kun, okay, the penultimate question. Is the victim of the sludge villain okay now? None of the news could interview him after the incident, from at Marsenerth. Wait, can you talk about that? Yume, I'm not sure if I can, but even if I could I don't know myself. Yume plays with his curly hair, trailing off. Yume, well, we don't talk to each other anymore, so. Before the incident I haven't seen him since earlier last year. Editor Kun hums. Editor Kun, alright, final question. The camera zooms to Yume's nervous face, a drum roll on the background. Editor Kun, how's life? Yume, that's it? Editor Kun, yes. Yume, well, life's good I think dash. Yesterday 3 days later. Yume, and yeah, that's why I am now allergic to prepubescent boys. Editor Kun, aren't you a prepubescent boy? The camera stares into Yume's eyes. Yume, yes. The video cuts out, a short outro playing. Q&A. Thanks for 100k plus? Yume. Hero analysis for you. 897k views posted XXXX June 2XX 147k 3.6k. Because of my sudden viral video? I got over 200k subscribers. Thank you so much. To celebrate, me and my editor answer some questions from. Show more. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. Thank you so much. Again, a new episode of Hero Highlight in a few days. Love. 5.3k reply. Show 321 replies. Marzonif. I got in. He. Reply. Should've. I also believe best genius doesn't have a mouth. 1-3, by Yume reply. Hide 3 replies. Vumbich. What the F dash. 6, reply. Should've. Reply. Show 14 replies. Okay, but Yume's interactions W editor Kun eyes. 69 reply. He didn't answer what his quirk was. I swear I saw a lot of people ask him that on Twitter. 17 reply. Show 4 replies. Fingers. Now of course a stupid Deku like you didn't answer the quirk question. You don't have one now. 5-3 reply. Hide 3 replies. XX shadow underscore XX. Funny joke. You think we'd believe a quirkless person can think of all those ways to beat that villain face with raised eyebrow. 23 reply. Fingers. Nah, probably leech of someone or some, but he's quirkless. Reply. Isel seashells. Sure LMAO I want proof. 35 reply. Nanis. Interesting. Reply chapter text. Chapter 2. Turbo Hero, Ingenium. Tenya was scrolling through his phone during his 30-minute break from studying. Tensei was out on patrol, and his parents were having some kind of meeting with another agency. Tenya knew it was something to do with that viral video. It was all over the news, made by some hero-tuber named Yume. Tenya hasn't actually watched the whole video, as the news couldn't play the whole thing without permission and/or paying rights. Deciding to go onto HeroTube, which he doesn't do much, Tenya searched up the name, and obviously the viral video appeared at the top. Right under that though was a title that caught his eye. Hero Highlight 3 hashtag Ingenium Yume, Hero Analysis for You. It was the most recent video from said HeroTuber, and considering it was about Tensei, Tenya was very much interested in what they had to say. Hopefully, they didn't cancel, as some people would say, him. Tensei is an amazing hero. The video started off with the intro, which then cut to a boy, supposedly Yume, who was wearing a boots sweater. Tenya was surprised at first. He didn't expect the person who shook Japan to be as young as he was. Yume gave a small wave to the camera. Entry number 3 for Hero Highlight, a series highlighting the boy winked. Heroes who, despite being low in rank or maybe overlooked, has shown the true essence of a hero. This episode, the Turbo Hero Ingenium. Tenya watched in awe as the boy, probably no older than 17, explained the history of his brother. Ingenium is one of the heroes whose civilian names are easy to find, as the Ida Ten Agency is a family-run business. His name is Ida Tensei, the eldest son of Ida Sakudo and Ida Kurumi. Ingenium has been involved in multiple drag busts, including the infamous Koi no group, although his involvement was kept hushed at the time for classified reasons. Other than that, Ingenium has also donated to multiple charities aimed to improving health facilities for lower-income families, supplying money for families with children who haven't controlled their quirks yet, and many more things you might take for granted like services for people to take a quirk proficiency license for work use etc. The boy took out a figurine of Ingenium, holding the figure with care. This was my first ever figure of Ingenium, part of his first ever merch launch. All of the money raised in that launch was invested in the funds to rebuild destruction caused by villains and heroes alike. It even saved me once when my old house was destroyed. The boy paused, looking off-screen for a second before turning back to the camera. His smile dimmed slightly. Other than being the amazing hero Ingenium, he is also Ida Tensei, a smart and loving son and brother. He's mentioned in earlier interviews that he didn't want to be a hero at first. He did it to carry on the legacy of the family. He wanted to be a firefighter. Tenya thought in a blink, firefighter, but realized in the end that saving people was what made him happy the most. The video continued in the same sense. Yume would show off some of Tensei's achievements, some big and known and some more discreet. Tenya could tell the video was made with love and dedication. All the information presented was thorough and delivered genuinely. It made Tenya's heart swell with pride. His brother was an amazing hero and he was glad it was shared with the world. Studying Forgotten, Tenya finished watching the 20-minute video, going on a mini Yume video marathon. That evening ended with another subscriber to the Yume channel. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. Tintemp 433. Timestamps of all Editor Kuhn's tiny text. You're welcome, laughing face. 058 I'm sorry, boots. 101 ISDG this BOI has too many lame shirts. 235 he sounds like such a simp. 238 then again he simps for most heroes. For 07 imagine having money. For 08 LMAO couldn't be me. For 09 JK buying stuff takes effort. 834 he looks so happy dash. 835 imagine being happy. 1045 kinda cute NGL. 1046 I'm not paid enough for this. 1047 I'm not paid at all NGL. 5.7k reply. Hide 3 replies. I bless you. 23 reply. Pika bitch. The editor is such a moodlma. 16 reply. Flint. I can't tell if the editor is joking or not. 14 reply. Show more replies. Scissorchan. Thank you. I've been a big fan of Ingenium for so long and seeing someone talk about him in depth makes me happy, happy face. 25 reply. Fingers. Now why are people still watching this? Reply. Tenya. Thank you for making this. Reply. Show Yuta sighed as he trailed behind Hisashi, dreading the meeting he had to attend. Truthfully he didn't have to, but Hisashi didn't really want to go alone. especially since Death Arms was the one who called it. Hisashi said the meeting called most of the heroes Yume has done a video on, minus the underground and late heroes, that were in Mizudafu, which weren't many surprisingly. Shoyuta felt a protective flare twitch in him. He's been talking to Yume for around a month, exchanging emails. Currently, Yume, or Midoriya as he told Hitoshi and later on Shoyuta, was a secret he hasn't told anyone outside his family about. He didn't want to put the child, because yes, he is still a child, despite shaking the hero community, on the spot, placing him in front of more people, more important and influential people. The door slid open, revealing Death Arms, Kamui Woods, Selkie, Ryukyu and the Ida 10 heroes, although they were there on behalf of a sidekick, Mahi. Hisashi, present Mike currently, sat down, Shoyuta sitting beside him. The air was tense in a way. It's only been 3 days since that video. Hisashi, who hates awkward situations, decided to cut to the chase. So, Detharm-san, why'd you call us all here? I'm sure you know, he replied. Ryukyu furrowed her eyebrows. That Yume hero tuber dash? What about the kid? She asked, looking at Death Arms. I'm going to sue him for defamation. Japan now at Chpnot 3H. Turbo Hero, Ingenium rising in popularity ranks. Find out more here. https www.japannow.com UF47B. 2.4K replies 13.5K likes 4K retweets share chapter text. Chapter 3. Small break, sorry. SOUP at Lement 18H. Hey at Yume, what are your thoughts on memes about you? 14 replies 176 likes 23 retweets share. Bunny Boy, happy face at Yume 18H. There are memes about me? 143 replies 17.9K likes 12K retweets share. LMAO number 3WHO? At Nothawks 17H. Replying to at Yume. 12 replies 14K likes 5K retweets share. So of girl at Rent-Free 18H. Replying to at Nothawks. I still genuinely have no idea if this is the real Hawks or not. How is the ACC verified dash? 3 replies 35 likes 5 retweets share. I am a planet at Marsenearth 17H. Just found out at Yume didn't know he had memes? Is Editor Kuhn teaching him nothing dash? 3 replies 56 likes 23 retweets share. Editor Kuhn, at CoffeeCat 18H. Replying to at Marsenearth. Nah, it's better if he freaks out. 56 replies 17.9K likes 12K retweets share. I am a planet at Marsenearth 18H. Replying to at Marsenearth at CoffeeCat. Holy shit, he replied. 2 replies 18 likes retweet share. Craven love Bunny Boy for. Compilation of Wayne memes cause I love him. The heartbeat rate. Meme with answering questions, with Editor Kuhn, and hearing Editor Kuhn's voice. Every time Yume smiles, I do one push-up. SpongeBob worshipping a paper with the word them. Hashtag Yume, hashtag memes, hashtag Yumedemid, hashtag LMAO. This boy doesn't know he has memes, hashtag I love him so much. I'm going to sue him for defamation. Shoyuta froze, which is something he rarely does. Sounds of confusion rose in the meeting room. Ryukyu silenced the room, raising her palm. First of all, this Yume is obviously a teen. Not only does he look and act and sound like one, he knows the sludge villain victim. Are you seriously considering to sue a child? Yeah, isn't this a bit too much, Death Arms? Surprisingly, Mount Lady said. Although, Shoyuta could see why we was more hesitant, she just debuted 2 days ago, and got her carrier tarnished forever the very same day. I get that you're mad, but when I thought about it, I really wasn't doing my job and being a new hero isn't in dash. Are you seriously agreeing with him? That child ruined your debut dash. Exactly, he's a child. Hisashi spoke up, crossing his arms in front of his chest. With all due respect, this definitely isn't the proper way to go. Not only will this probably cause stress on the kid, because yes, he is a kid, I can't imagine how horrible you would look to the public, suing a literal child who was just sharing his opinion. God, this is why Shoyuta fell for the man. If I may dash, Shoyuta spoke up, not really caring if he may not. This sheet is dumb. Shoyuta heard Hisashi mumble a Shoyuta, but he ignored it. Stop being a petty teenager, you're a FING hero grown but adult for goodness sake. Except that you didn't do your job properly and move the F on. Death Arms scowled. Eraser, what are you doing here? That isn't the topic, Death Arms. You aren't going to win this suit anyway. The punching hero grunted. I'm going with it anyway. If any of you want to join in, you can. If you aren't, I don't care for your opinions. Shoyuta said, this is stupid. Who in their right mind would think this is the best move? He's had enough. Shoyuta stood up abruptly, ignoring the following conversation as he walked out of the room. He could hear Hisashi's heeled boots clack behind him. You okay, Shoyuta? I know you and that little listener talk sometimes. And he's close to Toshi, right? Yeah. Shoyuta mumbled, slowing his steps until Hisashi was beside him. I don't know if Midoriya can pay for the court fees. Hitoshi mentioned that the boy had money troubles. Hisashi intertwined his hand with Shuta's, placing a small kiss on his knuckles. You've grown attached, huh? He joked. Don't sorry, Shoyuta, we'll figure this out. How about we meet the listener? We can give him a heads up. God, he loved his husband. Izuku sighed, running his fingers through his curly abomination he calls hair. His money was sparse. If he deducts the price of the rent, he'd only have around 3,000 yen for the month. He could always use the money left for him. But it was originally for school tuition. All the inheritance from mom wouldn't be able to get accessed by Izuku until he was 18, and the HeroTube AdSense helps. But since he's only gotten substantial view for literally 4 days, the load it helped carry was minimal. Who knew living alone in an apartment very near central Mizudafu is expensive? Izuku was brought out of his almost crying fest by a ding coming from his phone. It was the special one he set for his personal email. He didn't want to accidentally miss it from ignoring Twitter notifications. It was off. Usually it was only Eraserhead and some promotion emails from random mail lists he subscribes to. It was nothing, prob. Izuku doubted it was the hero, as he usually emails him on Wednesdays, more so just to check on him. Izuku didn't let his head wonder why the hero would do that. It obviously wasn't to make sure he didn't spill any secrets, since the hero hasn't mentioned Izuku's analysis of him since the first email. Curious, and willing to do anything but focus on his money hardships, Izuku opened the email. Kid, this is pretty urgent. I can't tell you much here, it's more of a face-to-face conversation. I know you live in Mizudafu, meet me here, location attached at 2 o'clock today. Bring your guardian, tell me ahead of time if you really can't make it, but I hope you do for the sake of your HeroTube career. Eraserhead. If that wasn't concerning, what has Izuku done that warranted such an urgent email? Did someone find his honestly very suspicious Google searches about heroes? Look, Izuku knows searching, is it possible to overheat someone with fire immunity, is suspicious, but he wasn't going to actually do anything. He doesn't even tell the public that. Is it because he mentioned that he got some help from the resume charity? It wasn't like he scammed them, his house was genuinely destroyed. Destroyed is sort of an understatement, especially since he did it on purpose and he is sure that the charity does a thorough check before giving the money. Maybe he's overthinking this. Oh, who is he kidding? He's obviously overthinking this. It was still 10 a.m., so Izuku decided to ignore his probably impending doom, buy Eraserhead of money, whichever came first, and finished up his assignments for that day. By the time Izuku was done, it was still only 1 p.m. Sighing, Izuku decided to get ready early. Maybe he can find a villain fight to analyze later on. Izuku changed into a short-sleeved shirt with pajamas written on the front, not wanting to sweat since it was summer currently. After a short glance around his apartment, Izuku left the safe space, locking the door behind him. Maybe he should have worn some sort of hat, because not a block away from his house someone stopped him. Gee, you're like, that young boy, right? Izuku's eyes widened, freezing momentarily. The person who called him was a blonde girl and looked around his age. You are that right? She tilted her head. Wait, that's me. Hi. Izuku mumbled, fiddling with his fingers. That's like, so cool. Can you take a pic with me? That would be amazing, she smiled, and of course Izuku has to agree, it's the first fan he's met face to face. I'm sure. I guess? If you can please don't tag the location, I don't want people to know where I am. He trailed off. God, he was not good at this. Oh, of course. Say cheese. She said out of the blue, only giving Izuku time to smile awkwardly. Oh my god, you are so cute. Anyways, I have to go. Bye, Yume. She walked away, sending a flying kiss to Izuku. That was an experience. Izuku snapped out of his mini-trance. Izuku wandered around the area, checking his phone for any news. The location Eraserhead sent was a cat cafe dash? Interesting, but not surprising from the amount of photos people got of him purely because he was distracted by those felines. Peeking inside the cafe, Izuku spotted a boy in the back with black hair, another one with purple next to a blonde-haired person, but no one who looked like Eraserhead. Izuku still had 40 minutes until the agreed time, so the green-haired boy wandered around the nearby park. It was mainly empty, as expected for a Tuesday, so Izuku chose a bench to sit down on and enjoy the air. Maybe a few minutes passed when Izuku felt someone sit down beside him. Odd, since there were other benches empty, but whatever. Until they spoke up. You're that Yume dude, right? Izuku froze. The way they said the question was off. Izuku turned his head, seeing a tall man with dirty brown hair. Why yeah, that's me dash. A sudden shove to his chest made Izuku fall off the bench, the man now leering above him. Who the f do you think you are, huh? Some wannabe hero brat. Izuku gulped, shaking his head rapidly. His chest hurt, and his breathing was unstable. You think you're better than the heroes, huh? I'll effing you dash. Izuku heard a whipping sound, and suddenly the man was enveloped in some kind of white fabric. White fabric-like. Izuku's eyes widened, following the fabric back to Eraserhead. Hey, let me go. You shouldn't be saving this brat. Why, you're a hero, right? He mocked dash, the capture weapon, so cool, wrapped around the man's mouth, leaving his words muffled. You really shouldn't be picking fights, kid. Eraserhead. I wasn't the I-dash. Izuku couldn't form words. He was there, in front of the actual Eraserhead. Like, in real life, clear, majestic, and Izuku snap out of your fanbingy. Come on, kid, Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, called. The police will handle him. We'll be late and he's already getting suspicious. Izuku nodded, quickly getting off of the ground and following behind the hero. Who's he? All Eraserhead did was smirk. Am I in danger? Hitoshi grumbled, shoving a spoon of pavlova into his mouth. Dad was being suspicious, suddenly asking them to go to a cat cafe. Not that he was complaining, but from the awful mood they had when they came back from that meeting, maybe. They just wanted to loosen up. Still didn't explain why they were glancing at him every once in a while. Pops was giggling like a teenager and Dad was checking his phone a lot. Hitoshi sighed, looking out the front of the cafe to see when Dad was coming back from his bathroom break, which is his way of saying, I'm going to find some stray cats to feed them. When Hitoshi saw Midoriya, Hitoshi blinked, rubbing his eyes, and yes, it was Midoriya with his dad right behind him. What is happening? My husband and son are here, Hitoshi could hear his dad say. You have a husband and son dash? Midoriya's eyes glowed with excitement. Dad? Midoriya? What are you dash? The green-haired boy paused, tilting his head at Hitoshi before. Shinso. What you didn't tell me your dad was Eraserhead. You knew. The boy's face turned an embarrassed red, before plopping down next to Hitoshi. Wait, you didn't know I was coming? Hitoshi grumbled, facing his pops. You knew, didn't you? That's why you were acting all giddy. His pops just laughed, but your face was so hilarious dash, Midoriya gasped. Oh my ingot, present mic dash? That's me little listener. Although, keep it shush, yeah? Midoriya nodded hastily, making Pops smile. Where's your guardian, listener? Midoriya tensed. They're not busy? Dad sked. Is that a question? The underground hero raised a brow. No? They're busy. Yes. Very believable, kid. Tell me the truth. I live alone. My mom died last year and I don't know where my dad is. What? Izuku held his breath, waiting for the two heroes, or at least Shinso, God, having two heroes as parents, that's so cool, to speak up. The table was silent, before Present Mike let out a small F dash. The two heroes looked at each other, communicating silently. Izuku glanced at his editor, who looked equally as confused but also worried. Is everything okay, Present Mike? Izuku mumbled. Call me Yamada, listener. And you can call Sho Aizawa. Who takes care of you? Oh, I take care of myself. I have a job at a grocery store nearby my house and my landlord gives me discounts so. The two heroes were now staring at him worryingly, and Shinsu's brows were furrowed. Kid, Death Arms is wanting to sue you. Izuku felt his heart stutter, his hands became clammy. What? His voice cracked. No. He can't. Midoriya, hey breath, Shinso said, making sure Izuku could see him. Can't dash. A sudden fog filled up Midoriya's mind. It was cloudy, unfocused and hazy. Calm down, a voice cut through it all. Breath with me. That's good, keep doing it now. Suddenly he was back in the cafe, his breathing normal and his mind calm. Sorry, Shinso mumbled, shifting away from Izuku slightly. Don't want it to calm you down. Midoriya, Eraser, Aizawa called. We'll find a solution. First things first though, eat something. I'm sure you haven't had lunch. I'll pay for you. Izuku nodded slowly, pointing to some random sandwich on the menu. A soft conversation rose from Aizawa and Yamada, while the two teens were in an awkward silence. So, Izuku mumbled, finished that documentary you were editing? Shinso huffed, amused. Not yet, Loud Claw wouldn't stop. Izuku went home with a promise of a more in-depth talk. Aizawa-san mumbled something about rats, so Izuku decided not to push it. Shinso was even more sarcastic in real life. It was interesting though, putting a face to the voice that was by his side for the past month. Izuku was also ready to spam Shinso with messages about how the purple-haired boy betrayed him by not telling Izuku about the two heroes he lives with, but that was future Shinso's problem. Transcript of Small Break, Sorry? By Coffeecat. English translation by Coffeecat. The video is a short one, opening immediately with Yume sitting on the couch, skipping the intro. Yume is dressed in what looks to be basic housewear, shorts with a sweater which was blank. A small text in white appears. Oh, so he does have normal clothes. Yume, hey guys. This isn't going to be a long video or anything. I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that I'll be taking a short break from uploading, so don't be surprised if I don't post anything this Sunday. I'm very thankful for all the support I've gotten recently. Yume pauses, most likely thinking about what to say next. Yume, I can't really say why I'm going on a break, just know that I'm perfectly fine and healthy, and that I will come back. On a lighter note though, I met Editor Kuin for the first time today. He's very good looking. The text appears again, showing no I'm not. Yume, and also looked sleep deprived. Editor Kuin, you better not be editing this at 3 a.m. Another small white text appears, you're not the boss of me, before flashing to, and then finally to, okay you kinda are but shut up. Yume, anyway, that's all for this short video. I'll see you guys after this break, bye. Video turns black. Japan now at Note 1H. Punching hero, Death Arms rumored to be suing the HeroTuber Yume over the recent viral video. Find out more at https www.japannow.com 45 gauze. 2.3k replies 21.1k likes 16k retweets share. 69 at Sashimi, 1h. Replying to at Note. Yo WTF? Is this why Yume's taking a break? 2 replies 15 likes retweet share. TFU at Boombitch, 1h. Replying to at Note. Reply 5 likes retweet share. Editor Kuin, at Coffeecat, 45m. No sorry not sorry at Yume. 31 replies 154 likes 43 retweets share. Bunny Boy, happy face at Yume, 43m. Replying to at Coffeecat. This isn't funny loudly crying face. 23 replies 71 likes 13 retweets share. Bracerhead, I need your help. Go. Chapter 4. Second channel laughing face. So, the rat started, sipping his tea innocently. What do you need help with, Aizawa? Don't act like you don't know. Show you decide, relenting. He tried so hard to keep Midoriya away from Nizu's circle, or anyone's circle basically, but he knew that the rat wouldn't do anything to harm children. I think you've seen the drama with Death Arms and Yume. The kid needs help. The rat just smiles. And I assume you have had prior contact with Midoriya-kun? You were the one that warned him about the lawsuit, no? The rat's eyes were mischievous, calculating. Shoyuta would like to say he was surprised that the rat knew the boy's real name or about their talks, but is he really? Ignoring the question, Shoyuta pushed his focus. He doesn't have the resources to win this case, and you're the only person I know can help. This kid lives alone, he's barely surviving with the money he has. I already contacted Tsukachi to ask about the kid's family, but he hasn't reported back yet. The rat took another sip of his tea, seemingly thinking. I'll help Midoriya-kun, but I wish to see him in person. I have a preposition. Shuta's eyes narrowed. You're not going to deny help if he declines whatever you're offering, right? Oh, of course not. That boy has a brilliant mind. I think a little conversation would be fun. Shoyuta grunted. Fine. I'll bring him with me tomorrow, he grumbled out, and don't try to do anything funny. Shoyuta turned around, walking out of the office. He heard the rat chuckle from behind him. Me? I would never. A knock erupted from Izuku's front door, cutting him from his schoolwork. Who could it be? Aizawa-san maybe? How'd he find my house? Izuku opened the door to see a tall man in an overcoat. Please don't be a murder. Please don't be a murder. Please don't. Are you Midoriya Izuku? The man asked, cutting Izuku from his thought spiral. Izuku nodded. Why yes? Do you need anything? I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa from the Muzutafu Police Department. You're Yume, right? The hero tuber. Oh no, no. Am I going to get arrested? Izuku whimpered, trying to hide behind his door. The detective looked shocked for a second before his expression softened. Of course not, kid. I'm here on behalf of Eraserhead. I have some questions if you're comfortable with answering them. We can do it here if you prefer. Izuku hesitated, but it wasn't like he could do much to refuse. Plus, the man knew Eraserhead, so he was either an actual police officer or, a criminal who has heard of the hero. Okay, maybe not the best vote of confidence. Izuku backed away from the door, letting the man walk into his home. Sorry for the intrusion, Tsukachi-san announced, to who Izuku wasn't sure, taking off his shoes and waiting for Izuku to lead the way. Izuku closed the door, eyeing the detective nervously as he walked them to the couch. Do you, want something to drink or? Izuku winced at how his voice shook. No thank you. If it's okay with you we can start. Izuku nodded, awkwardly sitting down next to the man. Let's begin with how this will work, okay? I'll be recording this conversation for Eraserhead and for future reference. I am legally obligated to tell you about my quirk, lie detector, which lets me know if you're lying. I cannot turn it off. Izuku felt his brain snap to attention. How does it feel? Is it some kind of psychic ability? Like a form of mind reading? Does it detect half-lies? What if you ask a question but it's not specific? Like you asked me what I was doing on Wednesday, but I answered what I did the Wednesday 3 weeks ago? What about more subjective questions? What if they truly believe something even if it's factually wrong? Izuku quickly covered his mouth, eyes wide as he looked at the detective. It wasn't mad. Or creeped out. Oh wow, people don't usually ask that. I'm not sure about most of those questions honestly. We could test them later if you want. Really? I mean really? I don't want to be a bother. The detective chuckled. It's no problem, really. We should get to the questions, okay? Izuku nodded, his nervousness gone and now excited to dissect the new interesting quirk. Tsukachi-san took out a recorder of some kind, making sure Izuku saw it turning on. This is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa of the Muzutafu Police Department. Today is Wednesday XX June 2XX1. Please state your name, age and quirk. Izuku squirmed. Midoriya Izuku, 14. Quirkless. Tsukachi-san didn't react outwardly, continuing with his questions. Who are you living with? I live alone. Where are your parents? My mom is deceased. I don't know where my dad is. Tsukachi nodded, writing something down. When was the last time you've seen your father? Izuku stiffened. When I was 4? Tsukachi paused, looking up. That's a lie, kid. Izuku frowned, fiddling with his fingers. Came back once last year. Argued with Mom. Do you remember when this happened? March 3rd last year. Tsukachi nodded, noting it down. How are you paying for your rent? My landlord doesn't charge me as much as she should. I work part-time at the store nearby. I sold some of my old hero merch too. I don't get any inheritance until I'm of age. Izuku trailed off awkwardly, looking up at the man. The detective smiled softly, ruffling Izuku's hair. You're a strong kid, Midoriya. Eraserhead will contact you soon. Don't worry about the lawsuit, we're handling it. Izuku felt tears well up a bit. He's been unconsciously pushing his feelings about the possible suit away, trying his best not to think about how much it could ruin his life. He nodded. Thank you, Tsukachi-san. Nothing to thank me for, kid. Eraser's doing most of the work, thank him later. I'll be going, kid. Izuku nodded vigorously, leading the detective out. Izuku sighed. Time to get back to school. Editor Cohen. _. Dad needs to meet you. What it's ABT though. He keeps murmuring ABT rats so. What laughing face? Rats? Am I in trouble? I think it's ABT the suit. Speaking of, you okay? You were pretty panicked yesterday. Yeah, I think I'm fine. A detective came by. Laughing face. Oh no, I forgot to ask him about his quirk. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. His quirk was so interesting. No rip. Seriously though, if you need to talk him here. And Dad would be happy to help you, LMAO. Haven't seen him this serious since he adopted me. Wait, you're adopted? That I thought you and Aizawa-san are related. Not you too. I'm going to ignore that comment. Anyway, here's Dad's no. XX0811XXX. He said to message him. MG. It's Eraserhead's number. Afiyuf. Mito? You okay, LMAO? Mito? I'm here. Is that an All Might ref? Damn it, I should stop doing that. Thanks for the number though, DDD. Sure. Anyway. I finished the Loud Claw Doku. 000. I shall watch Owo. Izuku followed behind the underground hero, anxiousness settling in. The adrenaline rush that came from being in UA has worn off and Izuku didn't know what to expect. Apparently the Nizu, wanted to meet with him. Aizawa-san didn't explain what the principal wanted to talk about, although he did keep muttering about rats like Shinso said, so the silence between them wasn't helping. They arrived at what Izuku assumed was Nizu-san's office, the door opening before Aizawa-san could even knock on it. Interesting. Nizu-san was sitting at his office, sipping a cup of, presumably, tea. Hello, Midoriya-kun. Izuku stiffened. Oh, hello Nizu-san. Aizawa-san scoffed beside him, but said nothing as he sat down in front of Nizu. Come here, kid. Izuku nodded, fast walking to the chair beside the hero. It's nice to finally meet you, Midoriya-kun. And nice to meet you too. Nizu-san smiled, taking a slow sip of his tea. I heard you're in a predicament. Izuku chuckled nervously. I think that's an understatement. Aizawa-san huffed. Nizu hummed. Yes, I guess it is no? Well, no worries, I shall handle everything. Izuku stared dumbly. What? Nizu smiled. I very much respect you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku blinked. I see potential in you. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up in embarrassment. Thank you, sir. Now, I have an offer for you. Japan now at Note 4H. Death Arms lawsuit against hero-tuber Yume dropped. Rumors suggest UA behind the decision. Read more at https www.japannow.com/TUW89. 731 replies, 12.5k likes, 3.5k retweets, share. H at present Mike official 4H. Replying to Note. Another day, another moment I'm scared of my boss, laughing face. 34 replies, 623 likes, 73 retweets, share. Editor Kuhn at CoffeeCat 1H. Replying to Note at present Mike official. Wadash? 4 replies, 321 likes, retweet, share. Bunny boy, happy face at Yume Twitch. I'm fine guys. Thank you for all the concern messages, love, I'll be uploading as normal soon. 253 replies, 11.2k likes, 5k retweets, share. Editor Kuan, at CoffeeCat, 1h. More editing for me. 56 replies, 13.5k likes, 4k retweets, share. Editor Kuan, at CoffeeCat, 1h. Loud Claw. Original of Loud Claw CoffeeCat, https www.herotube.com. Watch. Yhi98. 24 replies, 412 likes, 43 retweets, share. Bunny boy, happy face at Yume, 1h. Translation. I have a new video out about my precious baby cat named Loud Claw, and I would very appreciate if you checked out all my hard work, plus. He's cute. 3 replies, 145 likes, 15 retweets, share. Shudo at ICCU 2h. Fuyumi suggested I upload my theories, or as she calls them, overly creative stories, on HeroTube and get a Twitter account, so I am here. Reply, like, retweet, share. Transcript of Second Channel, Laughing Face. By CoffeeCat. English translation by CoffeeCat. The video opens with the usual bunny intro, before cutting to Yume on his bed. Yume, hey guys. I'm back. The usual small text of Editor Kuan appears. Dim, I can never escape. Yume, this video is another small announcement. First of all, thank you for all the nice comments and DMs when the news about the lawsuit came out. I'm fine now, it's been officially dropped. Yume, muttering thank God. Yume, so there's no need for worry. Videos are going to be out as normal. Yume smiles, and another text appears. Fangirls, here they come. Yume, another announcement is that I have a second channel. Yume does jazz hands as a confetti effect appears with a cheering sound. Yume, it's mainly for videos about my life, so I can keep all the hero analysis separate from my personal stuff. I'll upload once in a while. The text appears again, less sleep for me, before turning to JK id who sleep is. Yume, with videos like Q&A or vlogs, muttering my life isn't that interesting though, or gameplays. I don't know really, huh? Yume, anyway, it's called Jinjitsu, the link is in the description. I genuinely don't know why, but go subscribble or something. Yume, that's all. There's a link in the description. See you guys next Sunday. Bye. The video ends. Comments. Write a comment. Lemon pie. Okay, but Yume's smile though. 152 reply. Pick a bitch. I love the editor guy. 32 reply. KR. Reply chapter text. Chapter 5. So you want to be a hero? Tips for hero schools. Now, I have an offer for you. Izuku tilts his head, tapping his fingers lightly on the teacup he's holding. Nizu smiles. How would you feel about going to UA for high school? He says nonchalantly, taking another sip. Izuku pauses. W8, you're serious? I don't have money dash. Nizu chuckles, placing his cup of tea back onto the table, paws resting on the hard surface. Money is no problem. With a brain like yours, I'm sure you could get a scholarship by taking the test. You definitely qualify. Izuku bites his lip, deep in thought. Nizu continues, I would like to offer you a place here in UA. Of course, if you want to go to more specific courses you have to take the specified exam, but a place in general studies could be yours. What do you say, young Izuku? Izuku fidgets with his fingers, head buzzing with questions and solutions. Finally he looks up, making eye contact with the rat. The door opens behind him, cutting Izuku off from answering. In walks in a disheveled old man. He looks familiar. Ah, Yagi. Nizu says cheerfully, I didn't expect you to come at this time. I figured that I should give this before I forget. Might, or Yagi? Walks in, handing Nizu what seems to be medical records. All Might stands awkwardly beside the principal, giving a short glance to Izuku. The boy meets the hero's gaze, keeping the eye contact until All Might looks away nervously. Thank you, Yagi. You can go now. All Might nods, giving another short glance at Izuku before walking out. Nizu looks back at Izuku. I apologize for the interruption. Please, Continue. Who was that? Izuku asks, gazing toward the door. He's a representative of All Might, Nizu says, eyeing Izuku for his reaction, which was confusion. Oh, why? Well, I guess it does no harm to tell you, but All Might will be teaching at UA next year. Is that a problem? Izuku pauses, taking a sip of his tea. All Might is going to teach at UA. Izuku puts down his cup. I'm sorry, I can't accept. As soon as those words leave Izuku's mouth, he freezes. Izuku, what are you thinking? Talking to the principal of UA like that? Instead of a screaming match though, Nizu's smile turns into a smirk. May I ask why? Izuku thinks of an appropriate reply. I've always wanted to be a hero. And then I was diagnosed as quirkless. If you had offered me this a few months ago, I'd most likely accept. But now... Izuku hesitates. I think I've given up. I finally have something that makes me happy, and I'm comfortable with it. I don't want to throw that away for an unrealistic dream. Izuku huffs a bit at his words. Ah, how ironic. Nizu nods, deep in thought. You are interesting, Midoriya. Very well, Nizu concedes. I do insist we find a guardian for you, however. By going to UA you are placed as a ward of the school. I shall think of a suitable person and contact you. Izuku nods, his brain sort of forgetting about how his orphan-ish status will cause problems. Alright, thank you for meeting with me, Midoriya-kun. Aizawa will escort you out. Katsuki, said boy scoffed, laying down on his bed, throwing a ball up and catching it. Katsuki, you've been locked up in your room for days, the old hag yells, her voice closer to the door of Katsuki's room. Shut up, he yelled back, turning his back to the door. He heard a soft sigh outside, before the door opened gently. Katsuki, she whispered softly, approaching his bed, talk to me, kid. She sat down on the edge of his bed, Katsuki grunting softly and the feeling of his mattress dipping. Katsuki, we have to talk, she whispers, threading a hand through Katsuki's hair. The boy leaned into the contact subconsciously, before cursing at himself and pulling away. There's nothing to talk about, he grumbled, grabbing the hand in his hair, shoving it away. The old hag sighed again. This isn't healthy for you cats. You've eaten less, the teacher says you're quieter at school, and you mope in your room half of the time. Katsuki huffed, curling into himself more. How do you feel? The old hag started, making Katsuki nervous. About going to therapy? Katsuki felt his heart pound. What? Katsuki sat up, the ball in his hand flying away. I'm not weak, he growled, grasping his blanket in his hands. The old hag gives him a sad look, and Katsuki feels anger boil into him. He doesn't want pity, he doesn't need it. He won't have it when he's number one. Going to therapy doesn't make you weak, kid. You've been through a villain attack, no one will blame you if you need a little help. Katsuki cut her off. That's the point. I don't need help. I'll be strong on my own. Katsuki, she said, I know you don't like it, but this isn't healthy, kid. She ruffled her hand through Katsuki's hair. Try it, please. You don't have to tell anyone about it, no one needs to know. Just try, please. Katsuki glared at the woman, but seeing the pure hopefulness in her eyes, he huffed. Fine, he grumbled, laying back down, facing the wall. He heard Mitsuki whisper something, before she stands back up, exiting the room. Katsuki scowled. He took his phone out from under his pillow, searching mindlessly for a distraction. Editor Cohen. _ XX June 2XX1. Heard from Dad that you rejected UA. Are you sure? Yeah. I feels like a natural choice, I guess? Like, letting go of the past. That should I have accepted it? Nah, I trust your judgment. Kinda sad we can't see each other during school. OMG. I knew you wanted to go to UA, but it didn't process until now. Sometimes I wonder how you are so smart yet. So don't. You wound me. Do you know what the UA exam are? Dad and Pops wouldn't tell me. Makes it fair. As if having a disadvantaged mental quirk is fair. Wait, really? Yeah, surprised you don't know. Dad had to use the sports fest to get into the hero course. WHAT. That's not fair, sad face. Boy, do it that. You okay? You've been gone for a bit. I can tell the people. Person standing male sign. Calm down, sir. If you've sorry Shinso, laughing face. I meant, I can warn more people, right? Or at least my viewers. DMN you helping my competition. BETRAYAL. But, sad face. Stop that. Double frowny face. Selfie of pouty is that okay, that's enough. You can make the vid JEZ. If it helps more people like me get in, then I DM. Like you? Villain quirk and all that. There are no villain quirks? You've never actually told me your quirk. Brainwashing. That's so cool. What are your limitations? Can you make people talk? OMG, can you make them give up answers? During police questioning? Shinso? You okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not used to people being okay with it. Pops had to calm me down, huh? Hitoshi felt his heartbeat pick up when Midoriya stopped typing. Did he fit up? Midoriya's never going to talk to me again. Hitoshi, you dumb beach. Suddenly the phone rang, and Hitoshi instinctively answered it. You're not a villain, was the first thing Hitoshi heard as soon as he picked up. And Midoriya? You're not a villain, Shinso. Your quirk, or lack thereof, doesn't define you. Hitoshi forgot that Midoriya is quirkless. He's already so amazing that something like a quirk seems insignificant to his entire him. Hitoshi let out a small huff. Yeah, you're right. Sorry about that, Midoriya. That's what friends do. I think? I don't know, I never had a proper friend in a long time. Midoriya trailed off awkwardly, making Hitoshi chuckle. Same, I guess we're both loners? Midoriya giggled in reply, and Hitoshi had to suppress the urge to clench his heart. Yup, the younger one agreed, amusement in his voice. We're the loners. If we make a channel we can call it that dash. Whoa, calm down, you just launched a second channel, no need for a third one, Hitoshi sighed out, slightly amazed by how much the other boy loves making videos. Midoriya giggled again. You never know, he said, making Hitoshi's heart skip a beat. I need to go. Hitoshi said abruptly. Oh? Sure dash? Bye, Shinso. Hitoshi smiled. Bye, Midoriya. The video opens with the familiar intro, revealing a smiling Yume in a light blue jeans t-shirt. The boy waves to the camera. Hey guys. Yume here, and today we're doing a different video. I'm pretty sure most of you are hero fans dash Yume giggles, and I'm guessing there are some out there who are wanting to try out for some hero schools. The video transitions to a white background with multiple famous hero schools plastered on. The best hero school is Yume, located east, followed by Shiketsu in the west. Even though they are the best in name, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best for you, and I'm going to tell you why here. I know the entrance exams are a few months away, but some of these tips probably needs more than a month to work on, so I'm making this early. However, you can try and get in through the sports festival, yes, the sport festival that is aired live on TV. If you do good enough, you could transfer into the hero course at UA. Of course, not many people have done this, but it's definitely possible, so keep this as a warning too, someone could steal your spot right under your nose. Now, what is the UA entrance exam? Yume pauses as the camera zooms in, the background song speeds up as to make you a bit hyper. I don't know. Yume reveals, a booing sound effect playing. Don't be like that, Editor Kuin, I know you're adding boo sounds. Yume waves his hand around, the camera moving along with it, also includes sword sound effects, before landing back onto the hero tuber. UA is infamous for their high security and privacy, so information like this doesn't leak easily. All the examinees need to sign NDAs, which includes the written exam, the practical exam if you're taking specific courses, the layout of the school, the teachers, etc. Of course, this doesn't apply to all the hero schools, like Ketsubutsu. You should definitely focus on science and real-life examples. Most hero schools are, well, hero schools, so they prioritize the hero students. A good hero should be able to think logically, and most hero schools who release their exam questions so kids can study them seem to follow this pattern. Again, Top hero schools like Yume and Shiketsu keep their exams hush-hush, so I can't really promise anything, but I'm sure it will come handy in some kind of situation. Yume chuckles awkwardly. Other than that, language is something you should focus on. Most schools have an interview phase, especially top schools, although from what I've managed to gather UA doesn't have one, or at the very least an ORL exam. Nakoma High School, which is definitely a hero school, is also famous for their debate team, and thus test their potential students on it. English is also important if. Exercise would also be a good idea. Keep up a healthy diet and be ready for a lot of physical activities. A part of Amamaru High School's test is the classic physical test plus some endurance. Kitagawa has been rumored to make their participants do a gymnastics-esque test, so flexibility would definitely help you in the long run. And that concludes this video on some tips for hero school entrance exams. Even if you aren't aiming for the hero course, I hope this video gives you some insight on how to get ready for entrance exams. If any of you are interested, I could make a video on how I make my notes, but that'll be on my second channel. If you didn't know I have one now, Yume laughs. The link will be in the description. That's all for this video. Bye. Yume smiles to the camera. Before the video cuts out, a soft outro playing in the background, slowly fading out. So, you want to be a hero? Tips for Hero School Yume. Hero analysis for you. 753k views posted XX June 2 XX 132.4k 435. Editor Kuhn told me about how unfair the hero course exams are, so I decided to make this video to give you some. Show more. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. I was early for the first time. Here's Editor Kuhn's tiny captions as celebration nail polish. 123 who TF says LL out loud. 124. I do. 128 he calling me out. 203 imagine, working hard, snitch. 204 don't tell my dad I said that. 205 head whoop my butt in training. 535 how does this bio I know this sheet. 549 it what this photo is. 550 but I vibe W it so. 817 science is a human creation. 818 and thus I do not acknowledge it. Show more. 7.2k, by Yume reply. Show 231 replies. Sanic but better. God I wish I knew some of these when I was young. Pensive face. 45, reply. Hide reply. K-boomer. 12, reply. Show 2 replies. Fumbitch. You're such a nerd WTF. 2, reply. Hide 2 replies. Fingers. Says the one watching this dumbass? Reply. Fumbitch. 50. Reply. Ishol Bedoingern. Head empty just Yume smile at 12:45 weary face flushed face. 29, reply. Japan now at note 1H. Elastic hero, rubber found severely injured, full recovery expected. Find out more. www.japannowtv.com WQAP 97D. 234 replies, 5.7k likes, 3.2k retweets. Share chapter text. Intermission. Loud claw. Yume was a mystery to the world. He showed his face, his voice, his room, yet not much is known about him in depth. Ever since his boom in views, multiple discussions have been held, theorizing about the hero tuber. It was interesting, and more so when you realize that hero tuber himself doesn't seem to be aware of the speculation around him. His age, his motives, his quirk. There are rumors, of course, whispers all across the internet from friends, or classmates, or family, but no solid evidence was ever submitted afterward. Popular ones were the obvious theories you could think of instantly. Yume looked and sounded young enough to be a middle or high schooler, yet the way he presents himself, aside from the merch he shows off every now and then, and his videos show some type of college or university level student. Most people agreed on teenager though. The most hot topic of his to talk about would be his quirk. The obvious analysis quirk was brought up a lot, with multiple detailed posts on forums providing evidence. There were more speculative theories, a memory quirk, a detective quirk as they put it, but in general some kind of intelligence-boosting quirk. There was one post that caught a bit of traction before it got taken down for quirkism and ableism. A theory, or more accurately an exposing post about the hero-tuber being quirkless. The post itself was very aggressive in its wording, with the addition of the OP alluding to them knowing Yume personally, them being a buddy and pal to the boy. It was shot down by most, in a brutal manner with all honesty. The comments were ruthless, defending Yume, saying that someone as smart as him couldn't be one of those, or that he wasn't a defect, or that they don't exist anymore. Some comments were more logical, however most had some kind of hint toward quirkism, whether it was intentional or not. It definitely has some prejudice sprinkled into them. Thankfully the post didn't get far, and was deleted in a few hours. Most people shrugged it off as some sort of sheet post or troll, and the internet moved on. Little do they know. Achoo! Izuku sniffled, wiping his nose. Are you sick? That's the 12th one in a row, Shinso asked through the call, the microphone picking up on the clicking of his mouse. Yeah, must be someone talking about me. Shinso hummed. Some people have done digging on the kid, although his description is infamous among his long-time fans to be very long. The full thing could be paragraphs followed by paragraphs, which amounted to a long ramble of whatever the video was talking about, with extra details for those who are interested, along with all of his sources. It calmed down since this editor-kun came by, although he did admit that he barely cuts what Yume sends him, either because he doesn't understand it enough to cut anything out or just because he doesn't care. Under the long description would be Yume's social media accounts. His Twitter and blog, which is basically the transcript of some videos he makes, but with more details, and some extra content that was too short for a video or on a topic Yume perceives as uninteresting for his HeroTube audience. Below that, though, is a link to the previously mentioned editor-kun. Not many people see it, somehow, but it brings you to his Twitter and his YouTube channel, CoffeeCat. Oh, what a channel it is! Loud Claw by CoffeeCat. The video opens with a compilation of cat photos, particularly focusing on a white, almost light blue cat, with a soft jazz-style song in the background. The pictures blur, while the title, Loud Claw, a documentary. Loud Claw, a voice starts, low and deep, a Turkish Angora. He was adopted by my family 13 years ago, named after an old friend of my parents. The voice finishes. The video cuts to a scene of Loud Claw pawing at a ball on a string. This 10-pound cat is a sociable fellow, often seen playing with the other felines, the voice states, cutting to a clip of Loud Claw chasing another cat. Let's interview the rest of the family, he says, now cutting to a small microphone held to a dark blue cat. At the bottom left corner said, Prince. So, Prince, what are your thoughts on Loud Claw? The cat meows a few times. He's loud. And runs a lot. Fun guy, but I wish he stops biting into me when I'm a plush. What do you like most about Loud Claw? The voice asks again, ignoring the fact that the cat was sniffing the mic. He nuzzle me at night, it's warm. What do you hate the most about him? Prince purrs, letting out a small mule. His bites. The video cuts to a different cat, a dark gray cat that is missing an ear. The name at the bottom left wrote, BSDRD. Hey, the voice says, aiming the microphone at the cat, who looks away. What do you think about your little brother, Loud Claw? BSDRD looks anywhere but the camera. Silence. What is your favorite thing about him? Silence. What's the thing you hate the most about him? Walks away. BSDRD walks away as the camera pans, following her until she walks out of the door. The voice sighs, she's BSDRD for a reason. A new cat appears on screen, a ginger calico. The name reads, Present Meow. The cat purrs into the microphone, nuzzling into the hand holding said mic. Hey Meow. How are you today? The cat meows cheerily. I'm doing great. What do you think about Loud Claw? Another hand appears in frame, scratching one of Present Meow's ears. The cat purrs again, letting out small mews. He's great. We chase each other a lot. Really? The hand moves to pet the cat. What's your favorite thing about him? His energy. I love playing with him. One final question, kitty. What do you hate the most about him? The cat pauses as if to think about it. He steals yellow a lot, sad face. The voice chuckles, all right, thanks Meow. The cat licks the voice's hand, before seeing something off screen and running off to chase it. Finally, the video cuts to the cat himself, loud. Claw. He mewls, pawing at the microphone a bit. How would you describe yourself? Fun. And cheery and cuddly. How would you list your siblings from best to worse? Present meow is number 1. And then B and then Prince 'cause he doesn't like it when I bite him, sad face. What are your thoughts on living here? Amazing. Yellow cuddles with a me a lot and Black's pats are nice. What about me? More head pats. The voice lets out an amused huff, reaching the other hand to head pat loud claw. He bops his nose into the hand. That's a claw. Thanks, Kit. Loud claw. 12.3k views XX June 2 XX 1 2.5k 5. Kit. Show more. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by CoffeeKit. This is so cute pleading face pleading face pleading face. 245. Reply. View 54 replies. Present meow and loud claw fighting for yellow's attention? Loudly crying face loudly crying face loudly crying face. 56. Reply. Hide 1 reply. CoffeeKit. Somehow you proved your username through text. Reply. Pick a bitch. He can call me kitten if you know what I mean smirking face. 21. Reply. Hide 1 reply. Fuego to horny jail boo. 2. Reply. Show 2 replies. Bitch. The cat's cute. 5. By CoffeeKat reply chapter text. Chapter 6. Playing Minecraft foot editor Kuan. At CoffeeKat. 10 months later. Hitoshi played with a nail on his hand, the other hand tugging slightly on his tie. He was nervous, probably maybe. Definitely. He knew he should enter the class. Standing in front of the classroom would do no good. It's surreal. Being in front of Class A. He made it somehow. He got into the hero course. With the help of Dad and Pops and Midoriya. A sigh came out of him, his hand slowly reaching up to slide the door open. You couldn't even get here without help. The first day hasn't even begun yet he already felt left behind. A sudden loud yell from inside the class made Hitoshi panic on instinct, nearly slamming the door open. A blonde boy was yelling at Tenya for having a stick up his butt. Okay, that was a pretty good roast though, before Tenya turned around. Oh, hello Hitoshi. I'm glad to see you get in. He did his weird hand thing, approaching the purple-haired boy. Hitoshi nodded, taking a small step back to distance himself from getting chopped. A scoff made Hitoshi's focus shift, his eyes landing back to the blonde earlier. He's familiar, although Hitoshi couldn't figure out from where. Shrugging to himself slightly, Hitoshi goes to walk to his table before he felt eyes on the back of his head. Swirling around, Hitoshi came face to face with his dad, professionally dressed in his bright yellow caterpillar-looking but sleeping bag, on the ground, laying there. If this is a dream, please let me wake up right now. Hitoshi's dad zipped down the sleeping bag, slurped up a jelly packet, and stood as if this was an everyday occurrence. Technically it was, but never with such a straight face and at literal school. It took you 8 seconds to notice me, no? I felt when your eyes landed on me? Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, hidden from the rest of the class. Dad just sent a smirk back. Wear these, meet me at the training grounds. Don't be late. Hitoshi blinked. Hitoshi grumbled under his breath as the brown-haired girl complained about missing orientation. I know they don't know Dad, but does he really look like an oops, I forgot about orientation. Let's go together now, type of guy. Hitoshi watched as Dad called on a Bakugo, asking him to throw a ball with his quirk. Explosions. Ah, so that's where he knows him from. Hitoshi wondered distantly how the blonde would react if Midoriya accepted Yue's offer. Someone yelled about how fun it would be. Annoyed, Dad announced, so this looks fun, huh? You have 3 years here to become a hero. You think it's gonna be games and playtime? Idiots, Dad said, grinning. Today you'll compete in 8 physical tests to gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none, and will be expelled immediately. Hitoshi essayed in a breath. Well, logically, he knew the chance of him actually being expelled was low. It's his dad after all, one who's known for logical ruses and knows how much effort Hitoshi's put into getting into the hero course. But goddammit did it not calm Hitoshi down. All Hitoshi could do was hope that Dad didn't force him to use his quirk. Not on the first day. Why aren't you using your quirk? Dad commented, eyeing Hitoshi as if he didn't already know and is just trying to PSS Hitoshi off. That my quirk isn't physical, sir. Hitoshi mumbled, giving a side glare to the hero. Out of the corner of his eye, Hitoshi saw the blonde snap his head to look at him, a suspicious look on his face. And you think that's an excuse? You got in despite the biased exam, don't make me think that you got in based off luck. It sounded condescending, but Hitoshi knew it was a way of encouraging the boy. Hitoshi took a breath. The rules are that I have to stay in the circle, right? Dad smirked, nodding at the question. Hitoshi took another breath, before turning to face the rest of the class. The gravity girl, can you come here for a sec? The girl seemed confused, but took a step forward towards Hitoshi. The purple-haired boy signaled her closer, reaching a hand out. The girl, although hesitant, took Hitoshi's hand. Can I use my quirk on you? Hitoshi asked, looking into her eyes to make sure she took the question seriously. Sure, I guess. Hitoshi took control of her. The boy passed his ball to the girl. Use your quirk and throw it as far as you can. Hitoshi cringed at the emotionless expression on her face, her movements robotic as she took the ball and threw it. Infinity. That was what he got. The pale boy sighed internally when he could finally let go of the girl, ignoring her possible disgust and the murmurs from the rest of the class, and looking at his dad instead, who gave a small nod. Excuse me, the girl said, making Hitoshi stop and turn towards her. What happened? Hitoshi played with his fingers. Behind his back, it's my quirk. I'm sorry. The girl gave him a confused look, but sensed Hitoshi's discomfort and decided to just nod, walking back to her place beside Tenya. Hitoshi made eye contact with Bakugo for a second as he was walking back to his previous spot. The look was unsettling. Transcript of Playing Minecraft Foot Editor Kuan. At CoffeeCat. By CoffeeCat English translation by CoffeeCat. The video opens with an intro for the second channel. It was a compilation of short clips of Yume. Notable ones include the boy being chased by ducks, him choking on something, and a scene of Yume walking into a lamppost. The intro cuts out, revealing Yume, wearing headphones with bunny ears crudely attached with tape, smiling at the camera. Yume, hey guys. Welcome to another video on Genjutsu. Fake confetti and a cheering sound effect is added as Yume cheers. Yume, in the last video I asked for game suggestions for me to play, and you guys delivered. Today we're playing Mineblox? It's Minecraft. Yume, Minecraft, right? Wait, let me do it again, I haven't revealed you yet. I'm keeping this in. And doesn't the title reveal it anyway? But it's no fun. Today I'm joined with dramatic drum rolls play. Yume, Editor Kuan. Or as he's known, CoffeeCat. Editor Kuan. I think more people know me as Editor Kuan than CoffeeCat. Yume, nonsense. Yume leans into the camera, a hand covering his mouth in mock whisper. Yume, watch his video if you haven't already, link in the description. A small text appears, no it's not. Editor Kuan, I can hear you know? Yume blinks in fake surprise. Yume, I have no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, onto the game. Minecraft is a pre-quirk era game that's still popular to this day. Yume, okay so, how do I make sticks again? Editor Kuan sighs, exasperation evident in his voice, although a tint of amusement could be picked up. Editor Kuan, you put 2 planks on top of each other. Yume puts 2 planks into the crafting table, although it's in the same space. Yume, it's not working. Editor Kuan, is it on top of each other? As in one in the top space and the other in the one below it. Yume stays silent for a second. Yume fixes the placement of the planks, finally getting some sticks. Yume, I got them. Yume smiles, a soft laugh can be heard from Editor Kuan's mic. Editor Kuan, alright, come into my house, it's almost nighttime. Yume nods, although it's unclear whether Editor Kuan can actually see him, and follows the other character. Yume, what comes up at night? Editor Kuan, hums zombies, skeletons, creepers. Yume, under his breath, man. Editor Kuin pauses walking, his character dramatically turning around. Editor Kuin, WHY? Why not? Editor Kuin, why? Why not? Editor Kuin, SS in a breath but why THO? The boys stand in silence, before bursting out laughing. Editor Kuin, I hate that we just behind you. Spins around, seeing a creeper approaching him. The boy lets out a scream as the mob hisses before exploding. Was blown up by creeper. Whines, but Editor Kuin lets out a soft sigh. Editor Kuin, F in the chat boys. Is now in a cave, an iron pickaxe in his hand and a wooden shield in his other hand. He was mining, although he keeps getting cut off by mobs attacking him. Editor Kuen's character was hiding in a small hole, the person himself having to AFK for a short while. I found some more Airon. Hums a song I wonder when Editor Kuin is coming beat. Yelps as a skeleton starts shooting arrows at him, as the boy tries to fight back. As soon as he managed to kill the skeleton, a creeper appears, followed by 2 zombies behind it. Screams bloody murder-ish, there's so many help. Oh no, my stuff, wait no. Editor Kuin, I'm back, shh. What's happening? I'm dying over here. Editor Kuin, you can come in my hole if you want. Splutters, his face turning red as he tries to focus on killing the mobs after him. Incoherent screeching noises, don't say it like that. A creeper blows up near the boy escaping with only a heart left. Editor Kuin, don't say it like what? Nothing. Manages to run away fast enough to eat, his heart's slowly going back up again. Editor Kuin, did you die? I lived beep. Editor Kuin, face. Editor Kuin mines out of his cubby hole, meeting who in real life looked like he was going to faint. Editor Kuin, having fun? More incoherent screeching noises no. The boys were now near a pool of lava. Editor Kuin is seen mining some diamonds he found, while was staying a distance away from the hot liquid of death. Editor Kuin, why are you so far away? There's literally some diamonds over there. It's scary. What if I die? My precious stuff. Pouts sadly, while Editor Kuin chuckles a bit. Editor Kuin, what precious stuff? You literally died like 10 minutes ago and I had to give you a pickaxe. Shush, don't tell them that. Editor Kuin, you have no power over me, mere mortal. Oh really? Smirks, his character walking up suspiciously close to Editor Kuen's character. Editor Kuin, what are you? Hits Editor Kuin, knocking him into the lava. Coffee Cat tried to swim in lava to escape Editor Kuin, my precious diamonds. Snickering like the little sheet he is, who's the mortal now, peasant? Editor Kuin, you little. Muffled voices cut Editor Kuin off, the word incoherent. Editor Kuin, I'm fine, Pops. Sorry. Oh, someone's in trouble. Editor Kuin, shut up, you made me lose my precious diamonds. Laughs as Editor Kuin grumbles under his breath, distracted and thus not noticing that Editor Kuen's character was now behind him. Editor Kuin, calm as a beep. Screeches as Editor Kuin knocks him into the lava just like he did to the other boy mere minutes ago. Editor Kuin, that's why you don't mess with me, mortal. Playing Minecraft foot Editor Kuin. At Coffee Cat. 43k views posted XX April 2XX 23k 203. Today me and Editor Kuin are playing Minecraft. By the way, everything in here is joking between friends, so no need to attack anyone for anything. Show more. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Jinjitsu. Coffee Cat. You noob. 2k reply. Hide to reply. Jinjitsu. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, don't tell them that. 54 reply. Coffee Cat. WK. 32 reply. Show more replies. The bois vibing to creeper, ah man is my current spirit animal. 543 reply. Hide 2 replies. Creeper. 43 reply. Walmart Spidey. Amen. 20 reply. Show 69 more replies. Pick a bitch. 1206 is Editor Kuin grounded? 32 reply. Hide 2 replies. Coffee Cat. Oh you. Reply. Pick a bitch. Yes, daddy. Sorry for being a bad boy, weary face, confounded face, hot face, weary face, woozy face. Reply chapter text. Chapter 7. EROR. Crying and dying at mischievous banana, Frach. Is it just me or has it Yume quiet lately? 2 replies, 4 likes, retweet, share. GAY at fish food, 4H. Replying to at mischievous banana. Kinda? He tweets a lot daily, but sometimes he becomes silent when he's focused on a video. 1 reply, like, retweet, share. Crying and dying at mischievous banana, Frach. Replying to at mischievous banana at fish food. Yes. Reply, like, retweet, share. Sugar rush at sugarman, Frach. Was ready to watch my weekly at Yume, but nothing came out. Is he okay? 3 replies, 4 likes, retweet, share. Hoshi certified ice chunk at Hashasyntheski, 3H. Replying to at sugarman. This AM. Thought my Wi-Fi was going bonkers or someth. Reply, like, retweet, share. Silver at CabinetQuest, 3H. I don't tweet a lot, but am kinda worried cause both at Yume and at CoffeeCat have been quiet lately. 15 replies, 45 likes, 3 retweets, share. Art in pain at Field Fighter, 3H. Replying to at Field Fighter. Maybe they're recording a long video? 2 replies, 21 likes, retweet, share. Silver at CabinetQuest, 3H. Replying to at CabinetQuest at Field Fighter. Yume usually spoils a lot while he records stuff. 1 reply, like, retweet, share. Art in pain at Field Fighter, 3H. Replying to at CabinetQuest at Field Fighter. Oh, maybe Editor Kun finally took the phone away. Reply, like, retweet, share. 72 hours. The pen scratched the paper as Izuku was startled from his script writing. The knock on the door echoed throughout the room again, making Izuku's eyebrows furrow. Who is that? Izuku stood up, mind going a mile a minute, as he walked over to the door. On impulse, Izuku grabbed his scissors, which honestly wouldn't be that dangerous because it was a kid's version, but in that moment Izuku wasn't really thinking. Izuku tiptoed to look into the peephole, but he could see nothing. Izuku was getting more wary. Is this some sort of prank? Did someone find my address? Holding the scissors in his one hand, Izuku carefully opened the door, the gap only big enough to pop his head out. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. It is I, Nizu, principal of Yume. Izuku faltered, taking a step back and opening the door further. What are you doing here, Nizu, sir? The mouse rat thing didn't react to Izuku's surprise, instead smiling. May I come in? He said, walking in anyway. The green boy stepped out of the rat's way in a daze, closing the door behind him. What can I do for you? Do you want something to drink, or? Izuku trailed off, looking awkwardly at the ground. Some tea would be nice, Nizu said, taking a seat on Izuku's sofa. How many people can say that Yume's principal has sat on their sofa? This is so cool. Izuku nodded, walking to the kitchen to make some tea. He used the time to calm himself down, although in full honesty the principal would have probably been able to see the boy. As Izuku placed a cup of tea in front of Nizu, the rat smiled, reaching over to grab the warm leaf juice as he settled into the sofa. The air wasn't necessarily awkward, but Izuku spoke up hesitantly. Not that I don't like your company or anything, I mean of course I do. Oh no, please don't take offense, I should stop rambling. Good job, Izuku, you messed up in front of Yume's principal. Nizu chuckled, a high-pitchy sound as he raised a paw. It's fine, Midoriya-kun. I suppose this visit is a little out of the blue, no? How have you been? I assume the money I send every month is enough. The reminder made Izuku's cheeks burn with embarrassment. It was unexpected, getting something other than bills and hero magazines, free, thank goodness, in the mail. Izuku was definitely hesitant to use the money, despite the long note that Nizu put reassuring that the money was for him until he could find a permanent placement for the boy. Izuku stuttered, I'm very thankful for the money. The boy lowered his gaze to his hands, which were fiddling in his lap. I don't think I can ever repay you. The principal just snickered lightly. Repay? Oh no, my boy. Not only as a hero and as a teacher, but as a creature with common sense, I cannot by good conscience let you work yourself to the ground just trying to survive. Food, water, shelter, clothes, they are a necessity and I would be happy to provide them for you. Izuku felt his eyes water, but he quickly wiped them away. "Thank you, Nizu-sir." The chimera let out a tiny, almost silent cheep sound, making Izuku's eyes widen for a split second before the hero clapped his paws. "Well, to get to the point of my visit today, I finally found someone to take you in." Izuku's heart stopped. Was he going to be sent away? Would they accept his quirklessness? The statistics for quirkless orphans are very high, those who are adopted are little, and the rate for those who get put into bad foster homes is supposedly low. But Izuku knows that isn't true. The rate is high, but no one cares enough to fix it or get an accurate rate. It's scary, and Izuku could feel his heart rate slowly rise. Nizu must have noticed Izuku's lack of reply as he quickly continued, "I assure you he will not put you in harm's way. I trust him with my life, and I'm 100% confident he will not hurt you." Izuku gave him a nervous look, playing with his fingers. I'm not sure." Izuku trailed off, "I can live by myself. Please, I don't want to be a bother." A sudden knock on the door brought Izuku out of his spiraling thoughts. "He's here," Nizu announced, standing up abruptly and waltzing over to the door, opening it without checking. The detective walked in. "Tsukachi-san." Izuku blinked a few times before registering that one. The detective is here and he can finally ask about his amazing quirk, and oh my god, he's going to have custody of Mavic. "Sorry for arriving late, Nizu, Midoriya-kun." Tsukachi blanched, giving a small smile. "So, how are you doing, Midoriya-kun?" I'm doing good, Tsukachi-san." Is he?" Izuku looked toward the rat, shifting nervously in seat. Nizu nodded slightly as the detective took a seat beside the hero. Izuku felt his fear dissipate slightly. Tsukachi didn't seem to have a negative reaction when Izuku said he was quirkless the other day. Although people can always lie, like Kaken, like mom, like... "As you can see," Nizu said, "Tsukachi will be given custody of you for the time being, either until you turn 16 and decide to live alone, although we will still provide you money and food, or until you reach the age of adulthood." Tsukachi smiled, and Izuku felt his own creep onto his face. 24 hours. "So yeah, I got adopted, kinda?" Izuku sighed out, turning around in his bed. "Tsukachi-san, call me Neo Mesa if you'd like?" "Yes, Tsukachi-san." And him talked a lot after the initial bomb drop. Izuku was likely to move out to the detective's house, but as of that moment Tsukachi would stay there for a few days. "Nervous, I guess?" "He knows I'm Dash." Izuku lowered his voice, looking around nervously even though he knew logically no one could hear him in his own house. "Quirkless? But I get stiff around him and I guess I'm just waiting for him to put down his act?" "I don't know." The voice on the other line stayed silent for a while, and Izuku was about to call out to him again when Shinso finally lets out a small hum. "I get what you mean," he said. "I was like that too when I first got fostered." It took Izuku some time to remember that, oh yeah, Shinso was also adopted. "I was still young, just around 6 or 7 at the time. Even then I was put off by how nice they were. Most of the police officers who handled my SPRM and egg donor were rude to me. I was so used to being mistreated that when I was finally being treated the way I should have been, it was like a ticking time bomb for me. Like, when are they going to hit me? Or, am I going to get punished? Or, when is the other shoe going to drop? It took a long time for me to get used to being treated like a person." Izuku paused for a second. He's never heard Shinso talk that long, much less about his past that he avoided a lot. Izuku felt all warm inside, the fact that Shinso trusted him that much. The voice rang again. "Sorry for dumping all of that on. What I'm trying to say is, you don't have to adapt to it immediately. You're allowed to feel nervous, sad, grieve, whatever. Just take your time, I'm sure you'll feel safe." Izuku felt his mouth curl up into a soft smile. "Besides, Tsukachi-san's a nice guy," Shinso said quietly, "that he believed me even without the use of his quirk." He added as an afterthought, voice full of admiration and hope, "Anyway, you, Mr. I wake up at 5 a.m. every day, should go to sleep." Izuku whined, "But Dash." "No buts, Mr. Dash." "Buts, go to sleep. 12 hours. Izuku let out a small huff as Shinso replied to his mess-called texts. It was fun, how comfortable he was with the purple-haired boy though they've only met each other a few times. Editor Cohen, _ / gonna go to sleep now. You sleep? Bitch. Anyway. Dad said that we have some sort of training TMRW. Someplace called us. So I'ma try and get some shut-eye. Alright. Good night, Shinso. 1 hour. Izuku's brows furrowed as his texts were left unread. It wasn't too unusual, since Shinso wasn't the type to check his texts every second, but it was odd that he didn't even read it during lunch. I knew UA was a busy school, but Shinso always replied before. Tsukachi-san got a call earlier, having to unfortunately leave Izuku alone for a bit, even though he was on leave. Izuku didn't mind much at first, since he was used to being alone. But now, a weird feeling was brewing in his gut. Tsukachi-san still hasn't updated him on whatever was going on, he promised he would, and although Izuku knew better than to trust random adults' words, he believed the man wouldn't lie. And the added fact that Shinso wasn't replying to his text, even his cat memes, was concerning. Maybe he was just overthinking things. Maybe Shinso was passed out from some kind of training. Aizawa-san was very harsh in his training. Or maybe his phone died, or the signal got blocked, or maybe he realized that the people at UA were better than some quirkless kid and is trying to break their friendship by ignoring Izuku and… No, Shinso wouldn't do that. Izuku let out a defeated grunt as he curled into himself, trying to soothe the growing pit in his stomach. 0 hours. Time ticked away slowly as Izuku distracted himself with his phone. Tsukachi-san still hasn't updated him. The message to Shinso were left unread. He even texted Aizawa-san, to which the message couldn't even be received. Maybe there was some sort of signal block at UA? Izuku shifted again on his couch, accidentally knocking the remote control of the TV off of a cushion. The plastic thing clacked onto the floor. It must have hit some button as the TV suddenly turned on. Izuku's eyes widened as the broadcast of a cartoon was cut off by an emergency live news report, just as his phone vibrated with a notification. Japan now at Note 2. Breaking news. UA's own Ying attacked by villains. Watch live broadcast here. www.japannow.com live 45 FGS. 4.9K replies 45.8K. Likes 23K retweets share. Streamin' clarify 24/7 at Terumwis. Replying to at Japanov. Holy F dash? Ain't UA supposed to be secure? 3 replies 7.8K likes 573 retweets share. Micus IMP at Adlihai. Replying to a Japanov at Terumwis Iker, like how can we trust M to protect us if they can't protect themselves? 2 replies 721 likes 96 retweets share. That thigh though at Bishwish. Replying to a Japanov. Man, I hope everyone's alright. It's only the 3rd day of school. 4 replies 4.3K likes 349 retweets share. UA at Fingers. Replying to Japanov. How am I glad I didn't go to UA. What those pompous hero kids couldn't defend themselves. Man, what are UA teaching these kids LMO? 34 replies 365 likes retweet share. Haru 23 cosplayer at Misleading Face. Replying to at Japanov at Fingers. Bro WTF? If you want to blame something, blame UA, at least I get that. Don't blame the FING kids. They're children, even if they're going to become heroes. It's literally the 3rd day of school, and for all we know the ones attacked could be first years, who just started going there. 45 replies 32.5K likes 967 retweets share. Not a cannibal ISTG, at Knothawks. I know everyone's worried about the USJ UA attack, I am too, but please, don't blame UA. Yes, it's a hero school. Also, it's a hero school. Even if you believe the hero teachers are incompetent, which they aren't, please don't shame the students themselves. They're kids, let them have time to process this event, let their families' worries down. Please. Japan now at Note 2. Breaking news. UA's own Ying attacked by villains. Watch live broadcast here. www.japannow.com live 45 FGS. 356 replies 34.4K likes 19.7K retweets share. On a break at Yume. Going on a break for a while, sorry again. Might post one video on impulse but am not feeling good right now. thanks for your support. 7.4K replies, 73.8K likes, 23.2K retweets. Chapter text. Intermission 2. Shudo squinted his eyes as his thoughts wandered from the Q&A video by the HeroTuber named Yume, who did that exposing video that made father grumble for days. Does Best Jeanist have a mouth? Theoretically, there is a chance that he doesn't have one, as even from his school days at Yume, he covered his mouth. With an approving nod, Shudo decided that, yes, Best Jeanist does not have a mouth. Leaving a comment to solidify his belief, Shudo exited the website with a sense of completion. He woke up the next day with a notification. His comment was hearted. I'm telling you, Fuyumi, Gang Orca and Selkie are together. I swear I saw a picture of the two of them on a date, Shudo insisted as he took another slurp of his cold soba. Father was out, so it was one of the few moments where the two siblings could talk to each other. Natsuo wasn't home as always, preferring to stay out of the house for as long as possible. Shuto, Fuyumi started, please, as much as I love hearing your thoughts, I don't think my brain can handle any more of your theories, Shuto. The dual-haired boy paused, before nodding solemnly down at his soba. Fuyumi's eyes widened as she quickly added, maybe you could make a blog or something like that. You can start one of those HeroTube channels, like that one you watch a lot. Yume was it? Shudo blinked, his chopsticks pausing as his brain was filled with ideas. And with the added bonus that father probably wouldn't want his masterpiece to do something as dumb and naive as posting those childish videos on the internet, Shudo felt his plan lock into place. Fuyumi was regretting her words. The look on Shudo is odd. Shudo fiddled with the camera he found randomly in one of the drawers. He didn't know who owned it honestly. None of his siblings ever expressed an interest in photography or videography of any kind, as far as he knew, although he didn't know much anyway, since father separated them a lot. The boy pulled the camera closer, squinting at the blinking red light. Did that mean it was off or it was on? Shudo turned the camera around, nodding slightly as he saw the thing, presumably, recording. He ended it, watching back the short clip of him just staring into the lens. Perfect. The video opens to a corkboard, mostly empty except for the middle, where a large piece of paper was stuck onto it, the words, "I see" on it. The view of the table could be seen slightly at the bottom, full of markers, pens, paper strewn around of various kinds, red string and more. Hello? A voice calls, although no face appears. My name is I see you, and this is my first ever video on HeroTube. Today I'm talking about a topic I think about a lot. Does Best Jeanist have a mouth? Well, the answer is no, and I'm going to tell you why. A hand comes into frame, pinning the words, "no mouth," at the top of the board. It then comes back in, pinning a picture of high school Best Jeanist, or Tsunaga Hakamata, covering the bottom part of his face with the collar part of the UA uniform. This, the voice says again, is the Mr. Jeanist during his time at UA High School. Despite the uniform being normally, uniform, Mr. Jeanist was willing to make a custom high-collar version to keep the bottom of his face covered. The hand comes back, quickly pinning another photo. As you can see, he did the same with his UA sports uniform. His hero costume, another photo, even the early versions, has something to cover the mouth. His most scandalous hero costume, during his early days. The hand comes again, pinning a photo before grabbing the red string and tying it to the first picture, string it along to connect it to the other pictures before finally to the title at the top. The final photo was of the third ever version of Best Jeanist costume, featuring a denim crop top with a high collar that covers his mouth, revealing for the first and only time, the hero's nose, and skin-tight jeans. That even showed his nose, but never, and I mean never, his mouth. Apart from that, the voice continues, multiple heroes have admitted to never seeing Best Jeanist's mouth, including his own sidekicks. This time, the hand comes in holding a smartphone. The model is a newer version, the phone case a blank clear one. It's open to the voice recording app, to which the hand presses an audio labeled Hunter, before pressing the play button. Please introduce yourself. The audio plays, Ice's voice, distorted either by the phone or the fact that it's the camera recording the audio from a phone instead of the audio itself being edited into the video. A different voice rings out, slightly deeper, "My name is Hunter. I am a sidekick for Best Jeanist." Ice then continues, "How long have you been Best Jeanist sidekick?" Hunter hums lowly, "About 2 years now." "Hey, aren't you N-?" Ice quickly cuts him off. "Have you ever seen Mr. Jeanist's mouth?" A few strangled sounds. I suppose not? "What's this F-?" The recording stops. Ice then changes to another voice recording, titled, "Miruko. Please introduce yours." A feminine voice cackles, "What a cute but set-up kid. I'm Miruko, what's this for, huh?" Her smirk could easily heard. "Have you ever worked with Best Jeanist?" Ice asks, ignoring the question. "Him? Yeah, I've worked with him. He's a beach tough, too much of a goody two-shoes type of person." Ice hums, "And have you ever seen him mouth?" The rabbit hero snorted, before exploding into a full-on cackle. "That's what this sheet's about? Phew. Haven't seen it though. Good luck in your investigation, dude." The audio ends, to which the hand presses the final one, title, Sir Night Eye. "Hello, sir. May I ask you a few questions?" Ice's voice comes out, a sigh heard after. "I saw this but I'm already tired. No, I haven't seen Best Jeanist's mouth." Ice's pout was somehow audible. "What about in your visions?" A cough echoes through, seemingly farther away from the recorder. "I have to go. But no, I have not seen his mouth even in my visions." Sir's voice then goes quieter, as if he was leaning in to whisper, "Leave the All Might figurine you brought to bribe me on the desk, they'll know where to put it." The voice recording ends. Ice puts away his phone, pinning a picture of the 3 interviewees on the board. As you have heard, no one who has worked with Best Jeanist has ever seen his mouth. That even during his fight with Hurricane, the collar of his costume revealed no outline of a mouth. Only his nose. Ice pins a blurry close-up of Best Jeanist's face, in which his high collar was pressed to his face because of the strong wind, yet no outline of a mouth was seen. The board was now filled with photos, newspaper clips, red string and messy writing. "I'm 100% certain he doesn't have a mouth. Hashtag Best Jeanist, hashtag theory, hashtag fuckendeavor. Proof that Best Jeanist doesn't have a mouth." 243 views posted XX June 2 XX 146 3. Reasons why Best Jeanist does not have a mouth. He's covered it since forever. Comments. Write a comment. Sorry. I have no idea who this kid is, but I would die for him. 34 reply. Show 4 replies. Hiram. Wufha, is this dude okay? Clap twice if you need help. 2-1 reply. Hide 1 reply. Why would I need help? Reply. Show 2 replies. Hello, Ice Chunks. It's me again, Icy. Today is a momentous occasion for us. I reached 1,000 subscribers. Thank you. Ice pins a piece of paper with the words, "Thank you," as the title of the video at the top of the board. As a thank you, I would like to answer a frequently asked question. Why do I put the hashtag #FEndeavor in every video of mine? The camera zooms into a blank part of the board, as the hand comes in to pin a picture. Because #Endeavor. The picture was of Endeavor's head on a trash can. The video ends. Chapter 8. Please. Izuku paced back and forth as he gives nervous glances at the TV. The news is still on, still reporting on the USJ incident despite no new information released. Where is Shinsa? Is he okay? Is Aizawa okay? Thoughts swiveled through the boy's mind. More time passed as Izuku nervously plays with his fingers. His hair was more frazzled and his hands clammy. Tsukachi was strangely silent too, although Izuku understood to an extent. The phone's ringing brought Izuku out of his thoughts. The boy jumped to his phone, hoping it was Shinso or at least Tsukachi-san, but was faced with an unknown number. Hello? Izuku squeaked quietly, unsure. Hello, Midoriya. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Hello, Nizu sir. The boy shifted himself, sitting properly on the couch, hands still shaking. I'm sure you know why I'm calling, the rat started. I assure you that dash. Is Shinso okay? And Aizawa-san? A small cheep went through the call. Yes, both of them are all right and in recovery. They are currently at Muzutafu General Hospital. If you dash. Izuku wasted no time as he shot up. grabbing a thin jacket before rushing out the door. The call was cut, he would realize later, but at the time nothing else was more important than seeing his best friend safe. The walk-run, more accurately, to the hospital went over Izuku's head as he heaved at the entrance. "Man, I'm really out of shape." Izuku raised his head, eyes meeting the crowd of people. "What's going on?" Izuku studied the people and they were reporters. "Why are there reporters?" Izuku took a deep breath, walking to the crowd and tried walking in. He felt his body being shoved here and there, the loud bustling of the crowd ringing in his ears. Frustration grew within, annoyance bubbling deep down. "Excuse me?" Izuku said, although no one paid him attention. "Please let me through." He spluttered as he was shot out of the crowd into the team of workers trying to control the mob of people. "Hey!" A voice cut through. "Aren't you Yume?" Izuku cursed, slipping through the workers into the lobby of the hospital. Safe behind the glass doors, Izuku looked around. He walked up to the counter, flashing a smile to the person behind the desk. "Hello, may I know where Shinso Hitoshi's room is?" The person behind the counter returned the smile, nodding slightly before typing something into their computer. "Are you a family member?" Izuku blinked. "No." The person gave a sympathetic smile. "I'm sorry, I can't reveal that information." Izuku pouted. "Please?" The person shook their head, giving another sad smile at the boy. "Sorry, kid. I can't do that unless the person calls to verify." Izuku lets out a defeated sigh, giving a small thank you before slumping down into one of the waiting chairs. The crowd of reporters outside was still loud, thankfully muffled by the heavy glass separating them. Izuku leaned his head onto the uncomfortable hard chair. He could feel the beating of his heart in his head, pounding. A trembling breath was released as the boy closed his eyes. He could feel the telltale sign of hot tears rising behind his eyes, the halting of his breath before he took another deep breath, trying to push the feeling back. More shaky breaths were let out. "Hey kid." Izuku shot up, making eye contact with Tsukachi-san. Izuku sighed out, relief washing over him. Can I?" "Shinsukuin and Aizawa-kun are all right," the detective said, another relieved sigh escaping him. "I'll bring you to them, I know you're worried." Izuku nodded enthusiastically, jumping up to follow behind his dad. "I'm sorry I couldn't contact you earlier," the man continued. "I had to handle all the other students' statements, and then I had to handle some of the investigation direction stuff." Izuku opened his mouth to brush it off, but was easily cut off. "I should have made time to contact you." The man turns around, kneeling down and placing a warm hand onto Izuku's shoulder, thankfully his left one. "I'm sorry." Izuku blinked a few times, a warm thunder churning in his stomach. "Why you don't have to apologize," he added quickly. "I totally understand how busy you would be and dash." Tsukachi-san chuckled. "It's not fine, kid. You're in my custody, and you're my kid. I shouldn't be worrying you." Before Izuku could respond, the man stood back up again, walking off to where, presumably, Shinsu's and Aizawa's room were. The boy stood there, computing the words. Not many people, especially not adults, have apologized to him like that. Izuku followed behind the detective. The door opened to a pale boy laying on the hospital bed, his purple hair slightly grimy. "I'll leave you alone," Izuku heard Tsukachi-san say before he slipped off. The green-haired boy walked into the room, watching as the unconscious body of Shinso lay unmoving. "Hey," Izuku whispered, his voice unsteady in an instant. I'm glad you're safe." Izuku slowly sat down in the ratty plastic chair. "I thought you died." The confession bristled through the air. Izuku himself was taken aback. "I don't think I could have handled that." A sigh escaped the boy as he leaned down to lay his head on the edge of the bed. "You're my best friend." A pause before, "My only friend." The hot tears glazed his eyes again, small sniffles seemingly loud in the quiet and silent room. "Please wake up." Chapter 9. Red. Dread quickly filled the boy. Those red eyes turned to him. It burnt. It hurt. His chest heaved for air that was pulled out of his lungs. In a split second, just as he turned to run, it all went black. The screen turns black abruptly, a confused-looking Yume staring slightly off from the camera. "I think I'm live," the boy says unsurely, squinting as comments in the chat flood in. His face bursts into a smile. We're successfully live. Hey guys, he waves to the camera, earning multiple greetings in the chat. So I'm just waiting for my food to arrive dash. Yume pauses at the questions. Yes, I ordered out. It's a family-owned store so I can't really tell you where for location reasons hee. The boy chuckles nervously, before looking slightly off of the camera again. So, he says, alternating between the camera and the off-screen thing. As the title suggests, this'll be a quick Q&A thing because I'm bored. I'll be looking at the chat here. Yume points to the thing he's been looking at, so ask away. Crawlied at Emily, you're so cute. Nekarine, how old are you? Not Hawks, fave hero? And why is it Hawks? Yume blinks, my favorite hero is still the same underground hero. Sorry Hawk, I mean not Hawks. The boy chuckles, more to himself, before looking back to the chat. Hashiyama sparkles, favorite show? Love you BTW. Genui Boba, yo I didn't know Yume did lives Erferg. Starline, thoughts on Uwabami? Coconut, he's so small. Favorite show? I don't really watch anything maybe Boboy Boy? It's a pre-Quirk era show, and I binged it on HeroTube a while ago. I hope that's a sufficient answer. Yume laughs slightly. Bobea, does your parents know you have a YT channel? Selkie5682, OMG the posters behind him fewer I want. Loud, I wanna squish his cheeks. I see you. Do you like cold soba? Sting Calicia. IS that a limited edition hunter figurine. Almighty Fan 47. Room tour? Whoa, there are a lot of you here. The boy blinks dumbly. Yes I like soba. It's a bootleg version of Hunter, sorry. Room tour? You guys want a room tour? Yume's face lights up with childish joy, then again, he is a child, before he grabs the camera. Kajekajekajekage, POV, you are being manhandled. All M1 GHT, S8008135. Yes let's go. Orangejecy, Kajekajekajekage to be manhandled by Yume weary face hot face woozy face weary face. Yume focuses the camera on the bookshelf that's often seen behind him in his videos. So, this is a bookshelf. Obviously. It's mostly textbooks and stuff like that. This is one of my favorite hero merch honestly. It's a Cementos bookend. Isn't it cute? Yume giggles, showing off said merch, before going a shelf down. Here is where I keep my analysis notebooks. Have I ever mentioned them? I'm not. Sure, but they're basically just where I write all my analysis. And here dash. Yume pulls open the drawer, revealing a mess of cables. Is where I keep my old video stuff. It's not pretty, just old cheap mics and cables and stuff like that. Yume closes the drawer before moving the camera to the left. That's my bed. And my plushie. It inspired my profile picture and intro, done by my lovely editor Kuan. Yume exclaims as he shows of a green bunny plush sitting on his bed. The window above it gives the room a soft glow. Loud. Merch when? Sanic but better. My editor Kuan he says. Cookie Pies. OMG that's so cute. Merch when? I've never thought about making merch. Sorry. Hatsu_me. Thoughts on hashtag lucid dream? Yume blinks confusedly. Hashtag lucid dream? What's that? Yummy. Does this man? Glue stick. Wait, are you serious? Boom bitch. Search it dumbass. Hayatiki. Search up lucid dream AO3 on Google. Search it up? What's AO3? Alright. Yume places the camera back to where it was originally, before staring to where the chat was to search it up. Lucid dream comes from Yume's name meaning dream and Coffeecat, mainly known as Editor Kuan on Yume's channel, ability to edit, thus lucid dream, a dream you can, quote, edit. It is a ship name between the two who people think are cute together. His face burns red, before he quickly faces the camera. The food is here by dash. Live has ended. Quick Q&A while I wait for my food. 9K views streamed on XX October 2 XX 15674. The days was cut off with a thundering shock of pain to the back of his head. Hitoshi hissed lowly, what happened? Did I daydream again? Hitoshi couldn't remember what happened, what days he even got out of, what day it was, where he was laying down, and what is the noise? It's so loud. Stop it, stop it, stop. Shin. Who was that? Are they calling me? Who is that? Hitoshi couldn't remember, everything was blurry and messy and all over the place. Hey listener. Calm down for me, yeah? Deep breaths in and out. And who's that? Hitoshi knows that he knows that voice. Listener, that's important, right? The hand in his hair stopped ruffling it. Since when was it there? How come Hitoshi didn't feel it? Why can't he feel? Making the boy let out a weak whine. The second voice chuckles softly. Open your eyes, Toshi. It'll be fine, kid. You're safe. Open. His eyes? His eyes are closed? Of course they are. It's black dumbass, open them. Light entered his irises as he quickly squints them, letting out another quickly soft whine-mixed hiss. Hurts, he whimpered. Did he get another migraine? It wasn't usually this bad. It's okay, the first voice spoke. Slowly, it's fine. Hitoshi lets out a pained wheeze, or sigh, before trying again. Slowly, he came face to face with the ceiling, before seeing a slight movement. Yellow attacked his senses, but it was bearable. Focusing his vision, the yellow slowly morphs into a cone? A very familiar cone of yellow. Pops, he voice, cringing at how damaged his voice sounds. Hey kiddo. Rest your voice, it's still damaged. Hitoshi nodded non-committedly, not processing the words fully. Where? He voiced again, earning a stern look from his pops. No talking, Hitoshi. Hitoshi ignored it, blinking and looking around. His heart leaped when he saw green movement, before mind reeling because what? Memories swarm Hitoshi, making him curl up. Right, you villains. Dad couldn't do it alone. Jumped in. Shigaraki. Dad's bleeding. Chaos surrounds him. Useless. Hitoshi is useless here. Just like then. Tiny Toshi, the kid who was so desperate to prove that he could, but now it's all fleeting. Those eyes. Fingers grazing the back of his head. Red. It's all red. He chokes, he can't think. Can't breath. Can't. Not now. Hospital. Pops. Midoriya. Midori dash. Mido, he croaked, earning a defeated sigh from Pops, who ruffled his hair. Hey Shinso. Glad to see you awake. His eyes were red-rimmed, puffy. It spills. Is Dad okay? I need to know if Dad's dash. The hand on his thigh grounds him. Shows okay, he's recovering too, but he's alive and safe. Everyone's safe. You are safe. Hitoshi nodded weakly. So, a dash, Mido breaks the silence. I brought you a gift? Hitoshi chuckled, before breaking into coughs. Pops rubs his back while Hitoshi gave a shaky smile to Midoriya. Was that a question, or are you telling me? Midoriya blinked, confused. Pops laughed. He signed, was that a question, or are you telling me? Midoriya nodded, the familiar look of fascination in his eyes. Here. Hitoshi grabbed the bag he handed, peering in to see. Cat muffins? The boy looked up at the younger one, who broke into a grin. Hitoshi felt himself relax, a small laugh in his chest as he rolled his eyes. You know me so well. Chapter 10. Space Hero, 13. Japan now at Chpnov Bullet Operator 13D. Principal of UA, Nizu, releases statement on USJ attack. Watch here. www.japannowtv.com video DHYW43. 18 replies 4.5k likes 567 retweets share. Bunny Boy is back. 135 replies 5.6k likes 1.1k retweets share. Ice Chunk now Asimich at Knothawks. Longest 2 weeks of my life honestly. Bunny Boy is back. 23 replies 735k likes 783 retweets share. Craven UIs at Kintof. I miss him so much loudly crying face. 1 reply 254 likes retweet share. Editor Kuhn, at Coffeecat Bullet Operator 1H. Just got back from the longest sheet LMAO, why y'all tagging me so much? 23 replies 2.1k likes 324 retweets share. Bunny Boy is back. At Yume Bullet Operator 1H. You disappeared for 2 weeks? 4 replies, 12 likes, 2 retweets, share. Editor Kuan, at CoffeeCat Bullet Operator 54M. 1 reply, 5 likes, retweet, share. Bunny Boy is back. At Yume Bullet Operator 47M. Reply, 4 likes, retweet, share. Transcript of Space Hero, 13 foot. By CoffeeCat, English translation by CoffeeCat. The video opens abruptly to a shot of Yume's freckles. Yume, muttering, "Oh no, the camera's settings are off." Yume, wait, how was it before? The camera slowly pans out, finally revealing Yume's whole face. He's concentrated, but with a tongue sticking out he looks more dorky. Yume, it's like I haven't done this in weeks, huh? Yume takes in a breath. Yume, entry number. The camera falls down. Intro. Yume, entry number, I don't know, of hero analysis. This episode, Space Hero, 13. The words, Space Hero, 13, appear on the screen above Yume as small stars and planets dance around. Yume, this video is sort of a merge between hero highlight and my normal hero analysis. As I'm sure a lot of you have heard, UA's USJ was attacked a few weeks ago. 13 was one of the heroes on scene and was severely injured. I just wanted to show appreciation, I guess? Yume hesitates, looking off screen slightly. Yume, people I knew were, involved with the USJ incident, and it's like a thank you. You know? They're all safe now. The soft piano of the background music stops slightly before Yume blinks and his smile returns brighter. How can he just turn the sun on? Appears for a split second. Yume, anyway, let's get to it. Space Hero, 13 is a rescue hero. This means they are mainly involved in rescuing civilians, mostly from disasters like landslides or destroyed buildings during villain fights. Their quirk is Yume. Now, they have mentioned that the suit is in fact a suit, which debunks the whole "their body is a black hole" theory. I do, however, think that their gloves are their hands. What do I mean by this? I think the suit is a suit, but the glove part specifically is a mutation in order to keep their quirk from destroying things. 24 The screen switches to a fake background of a blackboard with a picture of 13. An arrow is drawn to point at their hands in white. Yume, whenever their quirk is in use, we don't see any fingers or even skin. Beside the picture of 13 appears short clips of said hero using their quirk. Yume, I think the glove is their hand and that their aesthetic is built around it. How does the caps of their finger not disintegrate? I know what you're saying, it could just be the suit. Maybe it's quirk-proof. The scene changes to Yume's face, leaning in as the camera zooms. Yume, you're wrong. The scene changes back to the blackboard picture. Yume, in the recent USJ attack, a villain with a warp teleport portal type quirk was reported to be on the scene. 13's quirk was turned against them, the villain making the portal open in front of them and behind them. This made their quirk hit themselves, and it ripped their suit, injuring them. The scene changed again to Yume's face as he held up a figure of 13. Yume, they're okay now, thankfully. A sigh escapes the boy as he stares down at the figure. Yume, anyway, this is a theory, again, and in all honesty it could be some amazing technology. Like the first version of their suit. Yume, that if 13 just changed their angle slightly up by around 3 degrees, then the pull of their quirk would have just enough strength to just pull the keys off, but not pull quartz down and injure him. This way. Abruptly, the video cuts to a dark room with a dim lighting of neon purple in the background. A figure was looking down at the camera, their hair covered by a hoodie with cat ears and a medical mask on their face. All that was left to be seen were their eyes, the lighting making an illusion of glowing white pupils. Editor Kuan, it's 4 a.m. I have been editing this for 5 hours. I have no idea what the BP just said. I can't do this sheet anymore. Sunhel. Yume, despite all of the dangerous uses of a quirk like black hole, 13 does not, ever, use it for evil. Yume, which is why 13 should be appreciated more and why you're being a dumbass if you're abusing your quirk. The video switches to the outro as it ends. Hero Analysis 16 #. Yume, Hero Analysis for you. 345k views posted XX April 2XX 216k 213. I have returned, along with hero analysis of the Space Hero, 13. They were involved in the recent attack on Yume's USJ and comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. 13 is non-binary and uses they-them pronouns, although they are also okay with she-her pronouns. Please do not misgender them. 3.1k, reply. Show 345 replies. Tetsvr 0v. Okay, but how can editor Kuin just casually simp? Like he just implies that he think of Yume's smile like the sun and we just go with it? 523, reply. Show 4 replies. Bison. No one gonna question how Yume knows details about us? 45, reply. Hide 4 reply. Do not question the king person kneeling place of worship. 3, reply. Pick a bitch. Ono fusono. Reply. House. Don't ask these questions if you want to live. Reply. Bison. Bra whr with these replies person standing. Reply. Sanic but better. Editor Kun just appearing roofer. 32 reply. Show 1 reply. Amnamgat. Hashtag help editor Kun. 12 reply. I have a very strong quirk, and lots of people have urged me to become a hero because of it. The thing is I don't want to be a hero, but it makes me worry about my everyday life. My quirk is still unstable for me sometimes. What if one day I lose control of my quirk because I haven't had enough training with it? I didn't even know quirk training gyms were a thing. LOL, I thought the only way to train your quirk legally was through hero schools. Thank you. 57, reply. Show 2 replies. Tsukachi-san. A hummed reply echoes through the hallway. What are we gonna do about my bed? Izuku yelled out, looking around his almost empty room. Footsteps and thuds rang as Tsukachi walks through the door. The man looks around, checking how the packing was going, before turning to Izuku. I already have a bed in my guest room, or well, your room now I guess. Do you want to keep this one? Izuku shook his head after a thought. It's fine. What are we going to do about this one though? I'll handle it. I have a friend who works for a moving company and I'm sure he has time to. Take it so we don't have to schedule 1 inch, Tsukachi said, ruffling Izuku's hair. The boy leaned into the touch, before breaking into a bright smile. Alright. I can't wait to see your place, Tsukachi-san. Japan now at Chpnov Bullet Operator 3H. Killings are on the rise. Today we mourn the death of chemistry hero, Element. Read more at www.japannowtv.com Yche80. 24 replies 8.2k likes 3.2k retweets share. Name at Rewind Bullet Operator 3H. Yo, a massive fire broke out at the store across my house last night. 2 replies 5 likes retweet share. Hangry at Tissuebox Bullet Operator 3H. Diamin, did anyone get hurt? 1 replies like retweet share. Name at Rewind Bullet Operator 2H. Only the owner, he's in the hospital or some. Reply like retweet share chapter text. Chapter 11. UA Sports Festival 2XX2. Part 1. Very gay and lonely at Coffeecat Bullet Operator 1H. Yo, I'm gonna be busy for a while so Yume is gonna edit his own vids. Pray for your eyes. 23 replies 2.1k likes 37 retweets share. Bunny Boy is back. At Yume Bullet Operator 1H. Replying to at Coffeecat. Are you D? 4 replies 36 likes 2 retweets share. Very gay and lonely at Coffeecat Bullet Operator 1H. Replying to at Coffeecat at Yume. Text I tried. 1 reply 4 likes retweet share. Shaken and Cryin Arin at Hunhunwa Bullet Operator 54M. Replying to at Coffeecat. Are you gonna take another sheet? 3 replies 21 likes retweet share. Very gay and lonely at Coffeecat Bullet Operator 52M. Replying to at Coffeecat at Hunhunwa. You know it. 1 reply 2 likes retweet share. Gamers at Tordum Bullet Operator 43M. Replying to at Coffeecat. The display name, same bro, SAME. Reply 2 likes retweet share. Transcript of UA Sports Festival 2XX2. Part 1. By Coffeecat English translation by Coffeecat. The video opens to Yume's face, smiling at the camera. The background is different than usual. The walls were a pale blue instead of the usual beige. Posters could be seen peeking out from under the screen, half rolled up. Only the side of the bookshelf could be seen now, and it was clearly a different one. Yume, hello. Welcome to the yearly talk about UA's sports festival, and by yearly I mean this is my second year on YouTube, so this is the second time I'm doing this. The series will be split into 3 parts, before, this one, during and after. Yume bends down slightly, vague sounds of shuffling. His concentrated face shifts into a bright grin and he presumably finds what he needs, before sitting back not straight. Yume, tada! Yume shows off a pamphlet, edges crumpled and colors faded, but it easily read UA Sports Festival XXXX in big fonts. Yume, this is a pamphlet I got when I went there when I was around 10? 9? So, obviously I'm a fan as I still have it. Part 1 of this series will be talking about my thoughts on the festival. So, what are they? The camera slowly zooms. Dramatic music builds up. The pause. Yume, it's a stupid beep idea. Intro. Yume, why is it a bad idea? Well, let me tell you. The screen changes to the picture of a blackboard. Before the words, in bright red, USJ attack appeared. So, they literally got attacked at their letting the same kids, first years compete. This just seems stupid. I mean, I get the whole catch the attention of heroes and sponsors blah blah blah, but revealing their quirks, live, to the whole world? What if the villains decide to attack again? And now they know the kids' quirks? The screen changed from clips of past sports festivals, of UA alumni during their school years, now mostly known heroes like Present Mike and Best Jeanist, showing off their quirk to the view of Yume's face. Yume, okay, I admit, it's pretty useless to say this now, especially since past years have had the same thing. It's just, a sigh escaped the boy as he slumped down onto his desk. Yume, I'm sorry, I didn't make a script for this. It's just, first years were attacked, and I know for a fact that the only reason some of them came out fine was because the villains didn't know their quirks. Paranoid? I guess? Something as big as this hasn't happened before, so. The boy shook his head from side to side as if to expel his thoughts. Yume, anyway, I should probably go to my predictions for second years and third years like I did last time. Of course we have the very infamous Togata Mirio, who in his first and second year managed to #WASF, #UASportsFestival, #SportsFestival, #UA. UA Sport Festival 2XX2. Part 1, Yume, Hero Analysis for you. 978k views posted 2x April 2xx 234k dislike. Yes, this is going to be a tradition now. UA's Sports Festival has always been. Comments. Write a comment. Coffee. If you're wondering I edited this before I got busy, that's why it doesn't SCK. 4.2k, replies hide one reply. Why you do me like this? 534, reply. Show more replies. Bernie's. He shows his pamphlet to show that he's a fan as if it's not ob he loves heroes, ever change relieved face. 1.1k, reply. Show 14 replies. Will you ever do an analysis of past sports festivals? 712, reply. Hide 4 replies. I've never thought of it before. Maybe? We'll see happy face. 142, reply. Twinkle. OMG Ice? You watch YUME? 41, reply. Hi Ice. Reply. Please stop replying, it's spamming my phone. 12, reply. Show more replies. A sked escaped Katsuki's mouth as he closes the tab, opening a new one. UA Sports Festival Possible Tasks was typed into the search bar, before he pressed the top one. UA Sports Festival Stages What We Know So Far. Written by Kyakuchi Karu Ring Operator XX April 2XX2. With UA's world-famous sports festival coming up soon, we have compiled all the possible activities and tasks that our favorite hero students could be up against. Here are the most well-known and exciting ones that we think could appear this year. Picture of a past sports festival in which the students were trapped in a cement maze, filled with obstacles. Most of the students looked surprised, although there were a few determined looks spread out. As it's well known, the sports festival consists of 3 stages. The first one is a mass elimination type, wherein students from a year, 120 students on average, although the management course usually opts out, are placed in a big area. It's usually broadcast as a randomly chosen activity, but in reality UA plans it out as the area needs planning and placement. For the maze, students are required to get out while escaping the faux villain. To pass, you must find one of the treasure hidden in the complex and escape, which also means that students can sabotage and steal the treasure from other students, as long as they haven't escaped. The number of treasures available depends on the Stage 2 games, but on average is around 40 to 50. Paintball. A picture of another past festival, wherein students are seen wearing headbands of different colors. The scenery is a forest, and one of the students, who had some sort of bird mutation, was in a tree and aiming a rifle. Another popular Stage 1 activity is paintball. Students get headbands according to their class, and are given a choice for different weapons. Refills are hidden within the area. Past years have had barren deserts, complex forests, a lasertag-like area, and quirks are allowed but not to hurt. Want to read more? Sign up. Another curse escaped Katsuki. Stupid but news sites. Signing up. He dropped his head onto the table, before shutting down the laptop and grabbing his phone. The boy moved to his bed, letting an exhausted sigh as his body hit the soft comforter. A buzz from his phone. Katsuki grunted softly before lifting it up, coming face to face with a Twitter notification. He lets out a small huff as more notifications came in, the same 2 Twitter accounts bantering. "I'm gonna be busy for a while." Katsuki's face morphed into a small frown. Awfully suspicious. The night before the sports festival? From his knowledge, Coffee Cat never actually reveals much about himself. Obviously his cats. Black and Yellow, whom the cats are also owned by, are never mentioned by name. He had a deep and soft and calming voice for when Katsuki would wake up from his nightmares, sludge in his throat and tears in his eyes voice, and Katsuki swore he's heard it in real life. A realization hit him. Coffee Cat could be a villain from USJ. Hitoshi cuddles further into the soft fur of present Meow. "I'm gonna die alone in the bathroom. What if I embarrass myself? Embarrass Dad and Pops?" The boy muffles his scream into the poor cat, who mewls in agreement, or maybe annoyance dash. Present Meow mews again. "I mean I could, but if I opt out I'm scared someone would take my spot. I mean, I didn't do that great in the exams, even if I got to use the capture weapon. And now I have to go without it for the sports festival?" Ugh. The boy rolls over in his bed, staring at the no longer glow in the dark stars that he put up when he was small. Meow snuggles into the crook of his neck, making Hitoshi let out a small sigh. "I'll try to get some sleep." "Good night, baby," the boy grunts, placing a soft kiss to his cat, who just meows again. Chapter 12. UA Sports Festival 2. Hey guys. Yume appears in screen as messages flood the live chat. The boy is clearly walking, and the audio is slightly echoing. As some of you might know, my editor Coffee Cat is currently unavailable to edit my videos, so me, being the big brain boy that I am, decided to cheat the system and do a live stream instead. The boy then leans into the camera slightly, although there will probably be a highlight video up when he's available again. Light filters slowly onto Yume's face and cheers and yells grow louder. He flips the view of the camera, showing off a giant stadium, seats filled with excited people and the air bustling with noise. "I hope you can hear me well enough." Yume starts as he shuffles around, camera aimed toward the floor of the stands. As you can probably tell from the title of this stream and my last video, we're at UA. I graciously got a VIP ticket from one of my acquaintance, so hopefully it wouldn't be as noisy here. Just so you know, sometimes I'll switch to a blank screen with this, the boy says as he turns the camera to face him again, holding up a button. "That'll just mean I'm taking a break, or I need some privacy for a bit, or something like that. So don't worry. The stream will go until the end of the festival." A small pist made Yume's attention falter, the boy tilting his head to the back slightly. A grin broke onto his face. Before he looked into the camera and pressed the button, a faint smirk on his face. That's so I'm just sitting there, barbecue sauce on, dash. Yume takes another bite out of his fries that he bought from some of the business course kids. Not doing anything to bother it, right? And this freaking cat yowls at me, baring its teeth, and I was like, oh, you're on dash. And then it jumps at me, and yeah, now I have this very faint scar. Yume points the camera to a barely visible scar on his forearm. Anyway, as I was saying, although Kuda-san's quirk seems weak, the boy made quotes with his free hand, there are animals in every nook and cranny, and as long as he gets over his fear of bugs, which arguable are most likely to be everywhere, and even a small thing like a bite from an ant could give an opening for an attack. Yume shows the camera toward the giant screen of the stadium again, showing off the various students racing toward the entrance. Besides, a quirk can be as versatile as you make it. Like Tokoyami-san, for example, his quirk Dark Shadow is honestly very interesting. A sentient quirk, or semi-sentient, is rare to see. Especially if it's not some kinda off. Maybe. Yume's voice dissolves into mutters. I'm not gonna pretend I understand a thing he's saying. Chicken Humget. Okay, but, Todoroki. Yumtop. It's cool that he comes up with theories on the spot though? Like Demon. Termi. Is this what a verbal key smash sounds like? Ryuni. At Yumtop IKR? He really is big brain. I keep getting sidetracked. They've arrived at the final obstacle. Bakugo is at first place, with Todoroki very close by. It makes sense, both of them have really powerful quirks that can be diversified. It's not easy to control those blasts perfectly, especially to fly like that. And Todoroki's level of control over his ice is obvious. The camera pans to the center of the arena. The crowd was getting louder and louder as the student neared the finish line. Cheers roared as Bakugo, very nearly followed by Todoroki, passed through. Sheesh, Yume grumbled, barely audible. Did you see that? The blonde from Class B managed to, oh god. That's so cool. Does it need skin contact? Any form of contact? Or some kind of DNA? Does hair work? On blood, but then what about a nail or dead skin or oich my god, the endless possibility dash. Yume's eyes go wide as he looks off screen. The chat goes crazy, the easily recognizable voice making them go crazy. The camera is lowered as if trying to be hidden, before it slightly lifts to show blue boots. Hello. Yume says, and the voice replies with an easy, you're that YouTuber kid got sued. If you value your life you should shut your mouth. No reply is given, before heavy footsteps fade away. Thinker, hello? Was that Endeavor? Irina, Esfuhief, did that rally happen what? Parental figure. Okay, that has to be planned. Yume lifts the camera to eye level, we don't mention that ever. So I have acquaintances here, right? I've told you guys that, right? Anyway, I'm going to try and find him around here, but in the meantime I'll give you a tourish of UA Stadium. Also known as me just walking around this place, Yume grins at the camera as he enters the slightly dim halls. I'm also pretty hungry, so I want to find food. The takoyaki outside smelled really good on the way in. Yume's voice fades as he presumably thinks about what to get. The halls, which are the only thing the camera can see, are empty, but the loud bustle of the surroundings remove a creepy feeling it would probably have in a normal setting. Sun starts to seep into the halls. We must be close. I'm definitely buying some ramen, that smell is too hard to dash. Yume stops talking as Purple enters the frame, walking from the opening. Yume stumbles back a little as the other boy opens his mouth, eyes wide. Hi random person, Yume seems to chalk up quickly, you're on a live right now. The other boy blinks, before nodding with his eyebrows furrowed. He waves awkwardly, mouth shut. Yume chuckles lightly, making the other boy flush a slight red. You made it into the final round, yes? The boy nods. We'll be rooting for you, Yume cheers, before waving to the boy and walking away. Xna, eyes. Look, it's that Shinso, the guy we saw earlier. Yume's camera zooms into the arena, onto a purple-haired student, before changing the other person. That's Kendo. It's Suka. Her quirk is something to do with her hands. I'm not sure what Shinso's quirk is though. Occult. Go purple dude. Hinihihin. Oh Kendo. Wishy, it's starting, let's go. Yunra, I can't wait. Bugs. Holy shit, she just went for it. Time-a-die. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss relieved face nail polish. Yunra. Wait, why'd she stop? All Might 5392. Is this the comeback? Sukin. No, stop pushing her. Jinf. Wait, she stopped. Tiptoes. Yes, go Burple. Hinihihin. Yo, he won. Reamp? Okay, but what is his quirk? That was a bit extra. No offense to Zero, but I'm pretty sure Todoroki could have won without that giant iceberg. I mean, the terrain isn't really fair to everyone. Zero could probably do better somewhere with trees or just poles in general. Not to throw shade, but UA isn't really the place for equality. Troink. Not to throw shade, he says. Wishy, I still can't process that power. Not Hawks. That poor tape kiddo. Optic. Man, save some power for the rest of you. Dash. Timp. Is the Zero guy okay, Dash? That must have been an extreme temperature change. Okay, so that first match with Bakugo that was against Uraraka was intense, and honestly I didn't expect that for a first-round battle, and the one with Kirishima was an obvious battle of who could persevere the longest. Now though, I think Bakugo would win for sure. Not to say that Tokoyami's weak or that his quirk isn't powerful, nor can't he fight for a long time, it's just. Yume trails off, the camera focusing on Bakugo as he stands at the edge of the arena, waiting for midnight to announce the battle. And begin echoes through the megaphones. Bakugo's smart. He's calculative, despite his brash appearance. He notices details. He'll find a way. It's an unfortunate pairing. The camera catches Bakugo grinning maniacally, blowing non-stop explosions to Tokoyami and Dark Shadow. The quirk seems to be shrinking, covering itself from the blasts. In the end, Yume voices again as Bakugo makes a final blow, making Tokoyami exit the arena. He'll win. Shinsu's going against Todoroki. His quirk, B, which we still don't know, it very interesting as it's obviously not physical. It's an obvious contrast to the eye-catching quirk of Todoroki. It might seem like Todoroki is better, which he could be, but in the sense of marketing, a mystery is something anyone can appreciate. It would be dumb for anyone to dismiss offers to Shinso just from the fact that his quirk isn't show-why. But you know, it be like that. Midnight announces the start of the battle as Todoroki immediately shoots off a huge burst of ice. Todoroki's slower, Yume says. He needs to use his fire. He needs to get warm again. Shinsu's foot is trapped, but he's smirking. His mouth moves, but Todoroki gives him a glare as he stays where he is. That's smart, keeping distance in case Shinso would activate his quirk. The other two people made contact with him, Kendo with her arm and Shiozaki with his hair. Shinso continues to talk as he shifts his frozen leg, testing out to see if he can move it around. His smirk seems forced, but it stays either way. Whatever Shinso is saying, it must have caught Todoroki off guard as his eyes widen, his mouth opening to reply. He stops moving. Shinsu's grin widens as he opens his mouth again. Slowly, Todoroki walks over to him, before leaning down slightly and melting the ice. The crowd roars. Amen. Yume yells, startling the people around him. Shinso, now free, goes to grab Todoroki. He attempts to fling him out of the arena. Todoroki catches himself with ice. Shinsu's eyes widen with panic. Todoroki sends another blast out, immediately pushing the purple-haired boy out. Yume zooms onto the winner, who was staring at his left hand. An ice shard nearby has blood. Todoroki's shin bleeds slightly. Yume lets out a heavy breath, telling the viewers that he was also holding it. Bakugo continues to yell at Todoroki, for what the camera doesn't catch. That was. Yume starts, but he doesn't finish. He sounds breathless, as are most of the viewers. The crowd is cheering, but they start to talk amongst themselves as Bakugo doesn't stop the yelling, keeps shaking Todoroki's unconscious body. He's mad, Yume says, and the chat fills up with duh and no sheet dash. He thinks Todoroki underestimated him. Yume's voice sounds flat, a distant feel to it. In his head, Todoroki didn't use his fire because he thought Bakugo was weak and that he wasn't worth the effort of using both. He feels weak. Yume takes in an audible breath. Why does he feel weak? He mumbles to himself. The chat fills with excitement as the reward ceremony approaches. Yume is chattering about some past sport festival winners. The ground opens up slowly lifting up the podium. Tokoyami seems panicky. Todoroki's hands are shaky. Shinsu's gone. Bakugo was chained up. Yume drops the camera. The stream ends abruptly. Chapter 13. Ue sports festivl, prtii. Green bunnies exist, sad face at Yume bullet operator 2H. Sorry for the cut-off stream, video explanation here. https www.youtube.com watch, vkbqs, rmjv4. 43 replies 4.3k likes 2.1k retweets share. Explaining the UA Sports Festival incident. 2.3m views posted April 1, 2022 34k dislike. D chapter text. Chapter 13. UA sports festivl, prtii. Trends for you. Trending. Hashtag UA Sports Festival. Trending in Japan. Trending in sports. Sports Festival. Cryin at Copiumbitch bullet operator 2H. Wait, what happened to Yume's stream? 3 replies 1 likes retweet share. Appearance for number 1 at closed area bullet operator 2H. My Yume stream just ended? Is it just me or? 4 replies 2 likes retweet share. I crave Sparkle's attention Sparkles at Memistore bullet operator 2H. Na Yume dropped the cam, might've cut it off accidentally? 2 replies 6 likes 1 retweet share. Saya at Shikiyuki bullet operator 2H. Is anyone at the UA Sports Festival IRL? Yume okay? What's happening? 2 replies 3 likes retweet share. Todoroki Kinney at Inu bullet operator 2H. He's in the VIP area so mostly heroes sit there. Reply 3 likes retweet share. Spark at Pikabitch bullet operator 2H. I think I saw him run off into the halls? He was sitting far so I'm not sure. 1 reply 6 likes 3 retweets share. Cricket Motherfer at Kenny 567 bullet operator 2H. Why would he do that though? Reply like retweet share. Oh, pi. 9 at many layers bullet operator 2H. Bruh hashtag UA Sports Festival S winner is King Feral grimacing face. 3 replies 10 likes 3 retweets share. The red flag P at Shora Tempern. IKR? Like Diamond, those are the types of heroes we're going OT have in the future? Eesh. Reply 2 likes retweet share. I want muffins please. Badlet. Was watching Yume's stream but not the official hashtag UA1. What happened? Where's the purple Shinso kid? 4 replies 25 likes retweet share. URGFW me weary face at Kaishiai 69 bullet operator 2H. LL Prob got disqualified for cheating. 1 reply like retweet share. Voice KNK eyes at Hashasyntheski bullet operator 2H. What did he do? 1 reply like retweet share. URGFW me weary face at Kaishiai 69 bullet operator 2H. Bruh. He paralyzed the contestant before they even had a chance to fight back? A true hero plays fair, though I guess with that type of quirk he'd be more useful as a villain. 1 reply like retweet share. Voice KNK eyes at Hashasyntheski bullet operator 2H. Excuse me? It's a school-sanctioned event, he's allowed to use his quirk. He did play fair, he used his quirk just like everyone else. And that kind of quirk would be so useful for a hero. Imagine a villain attack happening but Shinso immediately paralyzes him. It would immediately end, no violence, no victims, no damages. I doubt you even know what makes a hero with your attitude. 23 replies 352 likes 58 retweets share. Tone comms open at Tony Artson bullet operator 2H. Where's Shinso? Reply likes retweet share. Hitoshi gave a small nod to Todoroki and Tokoyami, who were sitting in the waiting room, pedestal a few meters beside them. There were only plastic chairs, so Hitoshi sighed and took a seat. Bakugo was nowhere to be seen, he probably hasn't woken up from midnight's quirk. Hitoshi furrowed his eyebrows. I wonder why he was so angry. Hitoshi gave a quick glance toward Todoroki, who was staring at his left hand very seriously. Sheet. Was Hitoshi the reason Bakugo went overboard on Todoroki after he suddenly used his fire? Sure, he said some terrible things about Endeavor, but when that didn't get a response he started questioning Todoroki about his left side. Okay, in his defense though, he thought Todoroki was a stuck-up BSTRD born with a, too, lucky and heroic quirk. He didn't think much when he kept referring to Todoroki's left side as, well, Todoroki's. It did get a response though, something along the lines of, "It's my father's dash," before Hitoshi took control. The daddy issues are strong in this one. Sudden screams and yells echo from outside the room, startling Hitoshi out of his memories. By the amount of curse words, Hitoshi would confidentially guess it was Bakugo, adding to the fact that the voice, and a few other voices that were more quiet, were nearing. An explosion. Bakugo's scream stopped. Something in Hitoshi's stomach curled. His nerves were suddenly on fire. He gave a quick glance toward the other two boys, who, despite their indifferent faces, Hitoshi could tell they were confused, if not worried, for whatever was happening outside. Hitoshi held his breath as footsteps neared. The door flung open. Hitoshi's mind blanks. Because standing there is Midnight, someone he trusted, and All Might, the #1 hero, standing beside a chained and muzzled, Bakugo, who was yelling, fighting against the muzzle, but he shouldn't do that because they'll see and tighten it more and that would dig into his skin and Toshi hates the pain and, as if everything was normal. Hitoshi stands up quickly, knocking the chair to the ground. His mouth opens but nothing seems to come out. His throat felt dry, clogged in a way that he hasn't felt since he was his vision blurred, sounds muffling. Someone was coming closer. Shit. No, they'll muzzle him too, no. Hitoshi ran. Damn it. Fast steps echoed through the empty halls, heavy breaths escaping Izuku. Where is Shinso? Panic was starting to settle into Izuku's mind. Why wasn't he there? Who chained Kaken up dash? Why did no one stop them? Shinso? Izuku yelled in a vain attempt. He doubts the other teen is there. Damn it. No reply. Izuku started to run again, entering random corridors which would hopefully end up at the underground waiting room. Shinso! Izuku yelled periodically as the walls blurs in his vision. Where could he? A whimper. Izuku turned towards the noise, but didn't see anything. Shinso? Another whimper, from the direction he's looking at. But there's nothing? Unless. Izuku walked closer to one of the walls, eyeing it carefully. A small, minuscule line in a rectangle shape, almost invisible. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows, putting his palms against the cool surface, dragging it along and a small hatch which Izuku pulled. He didn't know what to expect, but a janitor closet was not it. Yume really goes extra even for these things. A sniffle catches Izuku's attention. Shinso? He whispered, earning a sharp inhale back from behind a few boxes. Can I come closer? Izuku waited, but all that came out was a small garbled noise. Shin? Can you not answer? Knock once for no and twice for yes. Knock. Alright. That's fine. Can I come closer? A knock. Another knock. Alright, I'm coming closer. Can you hear my footsteps? Izuku asks, taking a step, making sure it echoed just enough to hopefully be audible. Knock. Izuku walks toward the boxes, making a small turn to see Shinso. Huddled in the corner, eyes wide, yet unfocused. It's filled with confusion and a distrustfulness that Izuku could only guess was because he couldn't recognize him. His hands were shaking violently, and tears decorated his cheeks. Another sharp breath echoed through the small closet as Hitoshi finally focused on Izuku, shifting backward as if he could be any more close to the wall. Can I touch you? Shinso flinches, shaking his head furiously and closing in on himself. Hey, that's fine. It's all right. Can you copy my breathing for me? Breathe in. Shinso follows hesitantly, but his breathing becomes level. Izuku lets out a silent sigh of relief, seeing the glaze in Shinso's eyes disappear. There was a short moment of silence as Izuku let Shinso take in his surroundings and sort his thoughts. Shinso perks up suddenly, panic in his eyes again. Bakugo! We have to help him. He's locked up and I should have done something. I could have took control of Kiyama or All Might. I could have helped him. What kind of hero doesn't help someone in need? Shinso stood up, wobbly on his knees. Let's go, was Izuku's only warning before Shinso pulls his arm out the closet. As if second nature, Shinso weaves through the corridors, no hesitation in his steps. Izuku could only follow behind him, slight shock at the action but keeping up nonetheless. Eventually the roars of the crowd filters back into Izuku's ears, just as the wide opening to the stage reveals itself to Izuku. Shinso suddenly stops. Izuku looks over worried, as Shinso's eyes glaze over again. Izuku follows what was supposed to be his eyesight. His breath hitched. He hadn't had time to properly compute what Yume had done to Kaken, but seeing him up there on display like some animal, gagged with a muzzle and arms chained together as the crowd cheers like it's some kind of FING entertainment stunt. Izuku doesn't know what he was thinking. That he wasn't thinking. He stepped out into the light. Duck clouds at Elite Bullet Operator 1H. Each is that Yume holy #UA Sports Festival. 3 replies, 4 likes, retweet, share. I want muffins please. At Adlut Bullet Operator 1H. What? What's happening on the live? My Wi-Fi is shitehoo. 1 reply, like, retweet, share. Oh, pie. 9 at Many Layers Bullet Operator 1H. Wayne just walked onto the field like he owns the place, OMG. Reply, like, retweet, share. Flint's seams open at Flimsy 2 Bullet Operator 1H. Why me? I thought he died or some W. 2 replies, 10 likes, 1 retweet, share. Official Twitter of Knothawks at Knothawks Bullet Operator 1H. Holy shoot, are you hearing what he is yelling, fuf? 23 replies, 252 likes, 45 retweets, share. #StanSpied at Many Layers Bullet Operator 1H. No, he still censors himself. Reply, 3 likes, retweet, share. Let him go. The words came out of Izuku's mouth without him thinking. He didn't think he could even scream that loud. His throat burned. The crowd's roars dies down as the heroes present, Midnight and All Might, turns toward him. Why in the ever-loving frick did you think chaining a child would be a good idea? Izuku yells again, his eyes focusing on the stunned faces of the heroes. In the corner of his eyes he sees Kaken freeze, while Todoroki looks at him with an intrigued look. And now, young man, Bakugo was being violent and refusing his medal and Izuku practically growled. And you think chaining him up was the answer? Just let him go. Izuku walks over to Kaken, making eye contact. The other boy kept quiet. I know you'd prefer if it wasn't me helping you. Izuku starts as he takes the muzzle off. But I need you to not fight me on this. Wait, what are you doing? Midnight's eyes widen as Izuku starts fiddling with the thick steel, H&Fs. Damn, Izuku cursed to himself when he couldn't find any way to take them off. Let me help you. Izuku's eyes widen as he turns, seeing Todoroki. The boy leaned down, finding the seams where the metal seemed thin. He froze that part, and Izuku blinks at him, waiting for him to continue. He shoves his elbow into the thankfully smooth ice, shattering it and the metal. The cuffs fall onto the ground. Kaken stays silent, eyes still wide as Izuku pulls him away from the now murmuring crowd. Kaken allows himself to be dragged, so Izuku focuses on Shinso, that who was sitting on the ground in a ball. Pulling Kaken to walk faster, Izuku approaches Shinso. Are you okay, Shinso? Thankfully though, Shinso nods into his arms, before letting out a small sigh. His body slumps slightly, before he struggled to stand up. Izuku gives a small glance to Kaken, who was giving both of them a weird look. Izuku pulls Shinso up, before dragging both of them. He has to find someone. But who? Who can he trust not to fault Kaken? To not be mad at him? In the end, Izuku doesn't know. And that scares him. Chapter 14. UA Sports Festival. Toshi? Izuku heard someone call out, feeling Shinsu's hand tense in his. He gripped it tighter. Bright yellow hair entered his vision. Toshi! Are you? Come here. Yamada visibly deflated in relief as he saw his son, spreading his arms for a hug. Izuku was ready to let go of Shinso, but he only shifted behind Izuku, the grip increasing. His hand was cold. Yamada's expression turned confused, hurt flashing across his face. "That's fine, baby. Can you tell me why you don't want to hug me?" Izuku gave a small glance to Shinso, who looked conflicted. "Didn't stop them," he said simply, his smooth voice now hoarse. Kaken was looking between them confused, but for some reason kept quiet. Yamada hesitated, and Izuku felt some part of his heart shrivel slightly. Does he not care? "I was scared, all I saw was you and Yamada made some kind of wheezing noise. "I'm so sorry, Toshi Bakug." Kaken said in a small breath at being addressed for the first time. But you gave commentary. You went along with it." Hitoshi's eyebrows were furrowed now, a hesitant anger in his face. "I did." Yamada looked defeated. "My brain went into presenter mode. I wanted to find you but I couldn't move and I'm so sorry, baby." "So sorry." Yamada gave a very weak, obviously sad smile. I'll give you space," he said, turning around. Izuku felt Shinsu's hand slip through his before he saw Yamada being tackled into a hug by the boy. The hero hugs him back just as tight. "Come on, let's go home." Should his painkillers did some damage to him, he fell mid-finals. Yamada leans down as if to whisper, but his voice is heard clearly to Izuku. Izuku watched the two walk away, using a secret exit he didn't know was there, hidden like the entrance to the janitor's closet. He turned to Kaken, seeing the boy's eyes fill with some sort of answer. "Kaken." Izuku starts, and the boy looks toward him. "Let's go." He saw Bakuga gulp, but nod. Izuku pulls him through the same exit, but he doesn't see them anymore. He takes a few random turns before he sees an exit, thankfully, which leads to the back parking lot. He's thankful Tsukachi-san seemed to have some kind of mind-reading powers because his car trolls in. "Is Aunt Mitsuki picking you up?" Izuku said, remembering parental people were a thing. Bakuga nods, but takes out a cracked phone. He types something in as the car stops in front of them. "Hey kids, saw the news? Let's go." He paused. "Is the Bakugu kid going with us?" Izuku nods, ignoring whatever complaints Kaken would have made. If he made any, he's been very off with the silence, instead pulling the other boy into the car with him. The radio drowns out the muffled crowd, only noticeable in the closed car. They drove off. The video is awfully bright for what the viewers would expect. Instead of a gloomy and serious one-take of Yume's explanation of the sports festival, like what he did for the sludge villain incident, the video was properly edited with the normal intro. The screen then opens to Yume. He's smiling, it's more bashful than normal. "Hey guys," he starts, "I didn't expect to make another video like this." He trails off awkwardly, glancing around his room. He looks at something slightly behind the camera, to which he then makes a dramatic frown. "Editor Kuin is with me behind the camera, physically this time," Yume explains, "and he's judging me. You can't kidnap people on live TV, Yume." The name was spoken with a teasing tilt to it, the voice, the recognizable, to some, voice of Coffee Cat coming through the mic, although softly, as he was at a distance. Captions appear at the bottom of the screen, making sure the viewers knew what Editor Kuin was saying. Yume rolls his eyes, "Like you would not have done the same," he comments, before another voice breaks through, "No normal person would have done that, beep Yume." This time the YouTube name was spoken with mocking tone, although a smidge of disbelief can be heard. Immediately, the YouTuber panics. "You're not supposed to speak." "I do whatever the beep I want," was the simple reply. Editor Kuen's small snort came after, earning a faint, "You think this is beep I funny, eyebags?" That barely came through the mic. A small white text appears in the corner of the screen. "It was funny then, but now I have to censor all of his cursing, /. Anyway, aha." Yume continues, fiddling his fingers slightly, "I basically stole the winner. Who cares, you know?" Yume smiles cheekily. "Why though?" appears at the bottom of the screen as Editor Kuen's muffled voice comes through. Yume turns to him. "Why not?" "Why though " "Why not?" Yume lifts an eyebrow. A sigh, "But why though?" Yume looks off in silence before he and Editor Kuin breaks out into a laughter, although Editor Kuen's is more a small chuckle. "What the beep? was whispered softly by the mystery third voice. Yume turns back to the camera. Anyway, Yume was kinda beep for doing that to Bakuguso. I kidnapped him? Yume sounded equally confused as he said this. I wasn't sure what I was doing at the time. It was like my feet moved on its own, you know? Beep, a weirdo, the third voice muttered, a small text appearing at the top. Please stop cursing, this is way too much work for being unpaid. Ignoring that. That's all for this video, Yume explains, trailing off to look to the side for a bit before looking back into the camera. I just wanted to say that I'm thankfully not going to be arrested or anything, maybe harassed a bit, but it is what it is. I'm genuinely concerned for you, Beep, the third voice said, disbelief in his voice. Another small text appears. Beeped is a nickname that has to be censored due to bring recognizable to past people in Yume's life who should F off. Yume tears up, like actual tears. That's the nicest thing you've said to me, he says watery. The video ends. So, UA Sports Festival. 2.3 M views posted April 27th, 2xx 262k dislike. But why does this always happen to me? Dash. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by Yume. Koffiket. Yume. Kidnaps kid. Makes video ABT kidnapping the kid. Doesn't elaborate. It is 5.6k. Reply. Hide 3 replies. Laughing face. 345. Reply. Bruplet. What does this mean, sir? 2. Reply. Thrimp 23. He's a Chad trademark. 5. Reply. Koffiket. That is 76. Reply. Show 428 replies. Okay, but no one talking ABD, the third guy like curse at me. 657. Reply. Show 43 replies. Lemon Tipa. Okay, but this angry guy's voice eyes weary face. 54. Reply. Hide 2 replies. This. I care weary face like yell at mef $% carrot and at. 5. Reply. Omnima. Okay, but you missin editor Kuin's voice like. 3. Reply. Papanust. Petition to call new guy angry Kuin relieved face. 834. Reply. Hide 1 reply. Tempted. Reply. Show more replies. Okay, not to be that person, but Yume and Bakugu? They knew each other before and Wang saved him TWICM sensing something. 31 reply. Show replies. Villains you should be scared of. TEF Japan written by Wakanari Yuki. As heroes rise, so do villains. We here at TEF Japan have compiled a few villains you should be on the lookout for. Just make sure you run. Face screaming in fear, face screaming in fear. Blurry picture of a shadowy figure in front of raging blue flames. Mysterious fires, buildings set ablaze? Those are all alleged works of Dabi, a mass arsonist and possible murderer. He's been said to have cerulean blue eyes which seem to glimmer in the dark, although it could be because of his flames, a bright and blinding blue, indicating how hot they are. A picture of a taped-off alleyway, police figures surrounding the area. Blood can be seen splattered on the ground. As recent as the UA Sports Festival, wherein Stain unfortunately killed beloved pro-hero Otamari, this serial killer is known to move around Japan, injuring 2 heroes to pass the message on and murdering 1 more before moving on to his next hunting ground. Around 14 heroes have met him, and unfortunately 4 of them didn't survive. His latest victim was in Hosu. Watch out. Read more? Intermission. Promise. Banana at Banana B0 I43 1H. Guys geese gaze. Editor Kuin knows JSL Ax Jixi hello? Video is a clip from an old Coffee Cat video, titled Talking to Strangers, but it's my cat talking. Coffee Cat is on Omegle, but his camera only shows his chest area, but is covered by the royal blue cat on his lap. He connects with a new person, and a hand goes into frame as it waves to the other person, someone with a mouse-like mutation. Meow, Prince, the cat, sounds Tihi person looks slightly resigned mixed with a sheepish expression as she holds up a piece of paper. I'm deaf is written on it. Coffee Cat doesn't hesitate or disconnect, his hands move though. That's cool is written in captions as he presumably signs. The person's eyes lights up. Is JSL okay? Coffee Cat asks again. That's perfect, comes the signed reply. I'm Pim Bloom, she signs, and in smaller text, Bloom is her sign name. Prince stands up and waddles away at the lack of attention, making Coffee Cat chuckle slightly. I'm HL. He signed. The clip ends. 102 replies, 2.3k likes, 286 retweets, share. Live in life, 010. At Broxility_X, 1H. That's so cute. The instant smile Palm got. I wonder why he knows JSL. It starts with a stray cat. Cats are nice. Hitoshi learns early on that the headmistress doesn't agree though. Where were you? You're late. You know what happens when you break the rules, she grunts, and Hitoshi opens his mouth to reply when a hand slaps it closed. Don't you dare. She shrieks, you know the rules. What did we teach you? Hitoshi lowers his gaze. He didn't mean he break the rules. Sorry, the 4-year-old signs, was playing with the cats. She scoffs, cats? Seriously? Good kids don't get distracted by cats. No dinner tonight, back to your room. It makes Hitoshi tear up. Friday's dinners were always the best, but he could never have it, always doing something bad. The boy slowly nods, walking to his room at the end of hallway C. It's smaller than the rest of the other rooms. Distantly, Hitoshi wonders how other 4-year-olds don't get distracted by cute cats. They do, but 4-year-olds don't walk home alone. The cat was thrown away in a trash can. Hitoshi's hand reaches out to map the dirt-coated fur of the plushie. It's surprisingly soft, so Hitoshi pulls it out. It has a nice weight to it, but Hitoshi can spot some small tears, thankfully not too big. Hitoshi smiles. He learned how to see from the nice lady at the park, so he can fix up the kitty. The little boy hugs the plush to his chest as he walks away happily. He's never had pretty toys like Kitty before, all the other kids get them first. His mood plummets as she waits for him at the door. You're late again, boy, she scolds, her face grim. What's that? Hitoshi brightens at the mention of his new friend. It's a cat. Her face morphed into something more angry. You stole this from some poor kid, didn't you? Hitoshi's eyes widens, and he shakes his head vigorously. Found in trash, he signs in a panic. Somehow she gets angrier. You went digging in the trash? She sniffs the air. You smell disgusting. No dinner, go shower. Now. Hitoshi scrambles away, knowing not to test her when she's mad, but, boy. Hitoshi pauses in his step. Give me the cat. Hitoshi's heart skips a beat. But I found his signing was cut off. Now, boy. You don't deserve it. With heavy steps, Hitoshi leaves the blue plushie in the hands of the headmistress, who grimaces at the dirty cat before shooing Hitoshi off. He didn't even get to name the kitty. It's a week before he sees the kitten again. In the clutches of another kid. Its fur was cleaned, but the tears were still left unattended to, stuffing poking out of the holes. Another boy, Akira, is playing with it, roughly throwing it around. Hitoshi wants to tell him to stop, but he quickly stops himself. Please be more. Sorry, hands. But I can't talk your dumb TikTok dance moves. He laughs as if his joke was that funny. Hitoshi's brows furrow. It's not dash. I don't understand you, freak. Leave me alone. Akira sneers, walking away. Hitoshi frowns, tears welling in his eyes as he walks away. Ah! Screams woke up Hitoshi with a startle, his face being met with the clothes he hung on the rod. Murmurs start up, and he can hear footsteps bursts out of the room. Hitoshi wants to look, to know what's happening, but his door is locked at nights. What happened? The headmistress voices. I dash, came Akira's voice. I was going to the toilet dash. He went to the toilet? At night? Doesn't he know that's against the rules? How did he even get out? The doors are locked. When I found this dumb cat at the mirror, it was in the box. I put it in the box. Akira exclaimed. Alright, who decided to do this? Playing jokes on other kids isn't funny, she said. No reply came. A sigh. Alright everyone, back to your beds. We'll deal with this tomorrow. The murmurs start to fade as Hitoshi is left with the silence again. It keeps happening. The blue kitty plush would change its place when no one's looking. It got to the point she was so hung up on it that she blames Toshi. ignoring the fact that he's not allowed to go near the toy box, much less go out at night. He learns that only he gets locked in his room. Eventually the other kids get scared of the plush, refusing to even go near it. So Hitoshi gets it. Only for him. He spends the whole day patching up the plush up, running his hands through the soft fur. The other kids stare at him like he's gone crazy. He learnt at education that the blue was actually royal blue. Prince. Hitoshi nods to himself. Yes, Prince is its name. He cuddies with it in his room, it's not a room, making sure the plush feels more comfortable than him. Maybe it was his sleep-rattled brain, but he swears he could feel tiny vibrations on his chest, vocalized by soft purrs. Prince is a cat, living, breathing and pawing at Hitoshi's hair. Prince, Hitoshi says, and his voice is gruff from unuse, making him cringe. The cat just mewls, liking a stripe of his hair. Hitoshi giggles softly, petting its fur. Prince leans into the touch, and Hitoshi notices a small scar where there had been a hole before he stitched it. Was Prince hurt? Hitoshi picked up the cat, checking for any injuries. None. Only the small scars, fully healed. Did Hitoshi heal him? By stitching him up? Prince's purrs travel through Hitoshi's closet. It's a closet. You hang your clothes above you. It's a hallway closet, room when the door rattled, startling Prince, who turned back into a plush. So cool. Hitoshi whispered to himself. The door is thrashed open. Get up, boy, she says before walking off. Hitoshi nods, even though he knows she couldn't see him, before planting a soft kiss to Prince's forehead. I'll see you tonight, he whispers. Another day goes by. Stop. Hitoshi signs frantically, watching in distraught as Akira throws Prince, in his plush form, thankfully, towards Tima, who laughs mischievously as he throws it back to Akira, with Hitoshi watching helplessly in the middle. Hitoshi's mouth is open helplessly, whines and panicked sounds coming out in cracks, as if Hitoshi was trying to hold back but physically couldn't. The two boys are laughing at Hitoshi, basking in his hopeless expression. Please stop, Hitoshi's hands shakes as he signs, panic filling his chest. What if they drop him? Speak up, freak, Tima mocks, the gills on his neck flaring slightly. Yeah, we can't hear you. Akira laughs along. Hitoshi's chest hurt, his palms clammy and breathing was getting difficult. Their laughs were too loud, too much, covering Hitoshi with a suffocating cloud. The rest of the room seemed to fade away as all Hitoshi could hear were the mocks and giggles and, "Stop!" So you can talk. Hitoshi felt the cool rush of his quirk activating, the proverbial string snapping into place. He feels it but doesn't care. Give it back, he says, and Akira blindly walks to him, handing the cat plush back. With a sigh, Hitoshi cuddles into Prince, his soft fur relaxing him. And then, Tima screams bloody murder. That night he gets a 3-month early birthday present. He can no longer whisper his days to Prince. It even silences his cries. It stops because of his stray cat. Hitoshi gives a wary look toward the hall. No one is there, everyone should be at education except Hitoshi, because bad boys don't deserve to go out, and Hitoshi was always bad. The window opens smoothly, and Prince jumped out, happy to be back outside, meowing at Hitoshi's to hurry up. Who? Tries to smile, lifting himself off the ground and out the window. His feet crunch on the grass, soft air tickles his face so he takes a deep breath. It's so nice. Prince meows again, a warning to Hitoshi, before waddling off. Hitoshi follows him, if only to make sure he doesn't get lost, as if Hitoshi is the one that gets to go out while Prince gets locked in and not the other way around. Prince ignores him, walking what seems to be a familiar path for the cat as it turns corners without hesitant. They end up at a dark alley. Education won't end for another 2 hours after dinner, so he's not worried when he sees the sky orange. Prince continues to walk into the creepy alley, so Hitoshi follows him. More cats. Lots of cats. They're all sitting idly as if waiting for something. Prince joins them, meowing. A shuffle makes all the cats perk up with attention. Suddenly someone drops, from the roof of a building. Hitoshi scrambles to hide behind a dumpster. The cats start meowing and mewling loudly. All right, bees, came a voice. Here's your food. Hitoshi hears many appreciative purrs. His heart pounds in his chest. Is it a villain? But they're feeding the cats. Are they homeless? Something grazes his leg, making Hitoshi jump. It rattles the dumpster. Hello, speaks the voice. Whoever is there, come out. Hitoshi covers his mouth, it's already covered, crouching down and closing his eyes. Silence, not even the cats. Hitoshi peeks an eye open, and promptly has a heart attack because red eyes are staring into his so intensely. A gurgle sound manages to escape him. You want that off, kid? The person asks. Can't. And why is that? They ask again, and they understand me. She'll get mad. She's scary, Hitoshi replies. The person hums, how about I take it off for you? Then I can go talk to whoever she is. Hitoshi's eyes widens, shaking his head. She'll get more mad. The person shakes their head. I'll stop her then. You can't, she's strong. The person sighed, making Hitoshi tense. A hand reaches out. A flinch. No hits come. Instead, you can hold it, they say. In their hand is a card. I'm a hero. Hitoshi blinks in surprise, grabbing the card. A hero license. That a hero has. That a hero trusts Hitoshi with. Hope fills his chest even though he knows it'll end up being crushed and, don't worry, kid, a soft hand runs through his hair. I'll protect you. Emotions overwhelm Hitoshi as tears well in his eyes. The latch to it is opened. With slow and gentle movement. I'll protect you. Amethyst eyes met onyx. I promise. Chapter 15. Yume answers Google's most searched questions. So? You aren't dead? Fortunately, no, I'm not dead. Hitoshi watched the two boys have a mini staring contest between each dialogue that was spoken. Bakugo looked at Midoriya like he just saw a dead man, and judging by the blonde's question, he probably did think that. Bakugo continued his questions. What happened to Auntie? What happened to you? I thought you dropped dead when we first entered Aldera. His face was steady, but his voice betrayed him. Hitoshi has never seen him look that sullen before. It was an odd look on the boy. Midoriya's face morphed into something painful, shooting a not at all subtle glance to Hitoshi. Okay. I'll take my leave, Hitoshi said, the first word since he entered Midoriya's, Tsukachi-san's, apartment. Hitoshi stood up, noting the sets of eyes following him as he exits the room. It's fine, he thinks, they look like they need to talk. Hitoshi walked through the corridor into the cozy living room. Reminds me of our old house. Ah, Hitoshi. Hitoshi did not flinch. He didn't. He did, but it wasn't his fault that Tsukachi-san is as silent as dad. Hello, Tsukachi-san. You look as tired as ever, Hitoshi easily snarks, seeing the tired yet sincere look Tsukachi gives him. It comes with the job, I'm sure your father can agree. A smile breaks onto Hitoshi's face at the small poke to his dad, taking a seat across the detective at the dining table. The man slides him a mug that he had on the side. It's coffee, he said at Hitoshi's confused face. Black like your dad likes it. Hitoshi's smile widens. My hero, he intends to say, but he's already chugging it by the end of his words. Tsukachi lets out a small chuckle before going back to the laptop he had open, typing something before pausing and rewriting it. What are you doing? Is it confidential? Writing a report on Izu's kidnapping, the man lets out a grumble, his lips pouting almost childishly. Nizu's being choosy with the wording and the whole image of this. Obviously, it's understandable, Yume needed a literal team to realize what they did, but, I shouldn't be talking about this. Tsukachi closes his laptop. So where are the other boys? Bakugo, was it? He paused. They're not doing anything inappropriate, are they? What? No. They had this look on them. I think they have some unresolved history or something. Hitoshi shrugged, leaning back into the chair and sipping the warm coffee. I don't know. Tsukachi just nodded, also taking a sip from his mug. While they're at that, what's Hizashi been up to? Last I heard was Shoyuta complaining about some kind of hair disaster. Hitoshi slammed the mug on the table. Oh, you have no idea. Papa woke up one morning and... You and eye bags? Izuku replies smartly, earning a scoff from the blonde. What's with you and... Eye bags? Izuku blinks at the odd question. Shinso? He's my editor. Kaken blinks, a dumbfounded look on his face before he mumbles something akin to "Lul. I'm so dumb," under his breath. Editor? He repeats dumbly. Izuku feels a cheeky smile creep onto his face. You do know I have a HeroTube channel, right? I don't know if you've heard of me, all over the news. Kaken shoves a hand into his face. I know, okay. He's Coffee Cat. Izuku stays stunned for a second before his grin becomes even wider. You watch my videos? Kaken's face twists into a snarl. I don't. So you watch Shinsu's videos? A pause says it all. So you do. Izuku claimed happily, ignoring the protest from Kaken. You do. Kaken shoved Izuku away, pushing the other boy's cheek roughly. Izuku just giggled, despite the slight sting it causes, enjoying the blonde's company. It's been so long. His laughter faded into an awkward silence. I'm sorry. Izuku took an awkward gulp as he thought of the words to continue, that I left like that. That's not your fault, Kaken cut him off. Whatever, I'm sorry too, I guess. Izuku startled, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Kaken gave him a level glare at his face, but doesn't comment on it. I was shitty to you all our childhood. Still am, probably. But, the old hag made me go see someone, 'cause, apparently I was being violent, Kaken confessed, looking anywhere but Izuku, muttering, it's not like she isn't a ticking time bomb herself. Izuku busied himself with computing the words. He genuinely never thought Kaken would ever apologize. It was hell, before he was forced to stop attending school. And Kaken was a big reason why. Izuku starts, I appreciate it, but I don't know if I can forgive you right now, went unsaid. Kaken just grunts before standing up. Alright, let's go see what Eyebags is doing. Izuku nodded, silently happy about the topic change. Which reminds him, we need to make a video. Why won't you let me show your face? 'Cause then the extras would be talking about me and you. No. Are all your conversations like this? F off, Eyebags, you also don't show your face. Well, that went well. You admitted you FNG kidnapped me. He be like that. Today is a big day. The whole class stiffens up as Dad says that, their faces scared of another test. Dad puts down a stack of papers, before turning to the black screen now behind him. Names appear, along with numbers as a graph forms. These are the amount of internship offers you have received. Usually this starts in your second year, but considering the amount of attention your class has gotten, Yume has decided that this would be a good idea. Hitoshi lets out his own small breath of relief as Dad reveals what it actually is. Hitoshi quickly searches the graph for his name. Holy! It's nothing to Todoroki's 2578 offers, but for someone who didn't reveal his quirk and practically disappeared after his loss, it was a great feat. The voice around him blur, he's slightly aware of his classmates whining of no offers. Hitoshi's just overwhelmed. Did that convince them to want me? Wow. To those who didn't receive offers, there is a selection of agencies who are willing to take you on, his dad starts, bringing Hitoshi back. You have until the end of the week to decide, so think about this thoroughly. Hitoshi looks down at the papers someone passed to his table. He schemes the names, most are small-time agencies, and while Hitoshi doesn't care about the size of an agency, honestly, the smaller the better to keep him low-key, a small agency meant less information he could get on it. He needed something solid, and people who he was confident wouldn't judge him for his quirk. He sees some surprising names. The Ariel, Hawks agency comes out near the top. Although Hitoshi fails to see how he could help much, Hawks is a fan favorite, especially among the ladies and kids. It would bring too much attention to him. He also sees Ingenium, but he doesn't see how he could help him improve. He'll put it in the back of his mind though, they weren't a bad agency, the opposite with its strong anti-discrimination policies. And Tensei's kinda hot, he probably should not mention that to anyone. Waira, Ground, Reaper were among the ones that interest him, but it didn't seem to fully click. Hitoshi looks up to an empty classroom, his dad standing in front of his table. A small comes out of his mouth involuntarily, earning a soft sigh from Dad. I know it's overwhelming, his dad starts, ruffling Hitoshi's hair gently as he always does. It's welcoming, and Hitoshi leans into it. I don't know, Hitoshi hesitantly says as the hand pulls back. It's too much? I don't know, gears turn in his head. Are you on my list? Hitoshi asks hopefully. Unfortunately, no. Dad replies curtly, we aren't allowed to send in offers, since the whole point of internships are for the students to branch out. And even if we were, I've been assigned a big case by Tsukachi and you know how he gets about overworking myself. He sighs out mournfully. Hitoshi tries not to feel down, but it probably shows on his face. Or maybe it didn't, but Dad is adept at reading his expression. I can help you choose if you want. I offered it to everyone, but I doubt you heard. Hitoshi feels himself flush happily, despite the small jab his dad made at him. Any recommendations from the top of your head? Dad takes the first page of Hitoshi's papers and schemes it. A grimace forms on his face. I don't think any of these. His voice fades as he gets to the final few. Hitoshi leans in, interested. I hate to say it, but Dad places the paper back on the table, pointing at one of the agency's names, his voice sounding forced. She's probably one of the best suited for you. A laugh threatens to escape Hitoshi. It's perfect. The ding brings Izuku out of his newest daydream about video ideas. He's lounging on his bed, the day's school assignments done and settled. The notification is of his email, but it doesn't reveal much. Curious, Izuku presses it, and it opens said email. It's an email from Wiring. Izuku checks the email from their official website and yup, it matches. He reads through the email, his eyes slowly glittering. It sounds so fun. Izuku quickly emails Wiring, not a reply, but a new email through their official website, confirming that the account was theirs and that he was interested. A thought passed his head for a split second. Should he have asked Tsukachi? It should be fine. Yume answers Google's most search questions. The video opens with a short clip of the coming video. Yume is seen with a panicked face, before a cackle floats through the studio. Yume's face turns pale as he drops a board. You heard that? Right. Yume asks to someone behind the camera. Yeah, comes a muffled response, although the subtitles at the bottom of the video help the viewers. What was that? Yume's face is still full of terror. You say his name and he shall be summoned. The clip cuts, and the Wiring logo comes onto the screen for a second before showing Yume. He's wearing a shirt with the words, suit and tie. A familiar sight for his videos. Hi, I'm Yume and I'm doing a Wiring autocomplete interview. Yume holds up a whiteboard with a Google search. Is Yume? Autocomplete with the full questions blocked out. Let's begin. Yume cheers, ripping off the first paper. Is Yume real? Well, I sure hope I am. Yes, I'm real, he says. Next. Yume rips off another paper. Is Yume single? Yeah I am. Yume says before he mumbles, why would people search that? He rips off the next one. Is Yume dating Coffee Cat? What? No, we aren't dating. He frantically waves his hands in front of him, bringing the board along. We're just friends. Another paper is ripped off. Is Yume dating Angry-kun? No. I'm single, God. The next paper is ripped off. Is Yume a felon? Well, I sure hope not, but Yume trails off awkwardly, looking away from the camera. The caption writes, he neither confirmed nor denied. The final paper for the board is ripped off as Yume leans in to read it. Is Yume Nizu? Yume is seen with a panicked face, before a cackle floats through the studio. Yume's face turns pale as he drops the board. You heard that? Right. Yume asks to someone behind the camera. Yeah. Comes a muffled response, although the subtitles at the bottom of the video help the viewers. What was that? Yume's face is still full of terror. You say his name and he shall be summoned. A voice from behind the camera. Guys that came from the vents. The screen beeps as technical difficulty appears. We're back. Yume whispers to the camera and smiles at the positive confirmation. He's holding a new board. It says, does Yume? Okay, back to the questions. Yume rips off the first piece of paper. Does Yume sing? Oh no, I cannot sing. Coffee Cat can though. I've heard him sing mindlessly before and it's so nice. The next paper, does Yume do his own voiceovers? At first I was planning to just use a robot voice sort of thing, but I saw that those types of videos were less popular. Plus, it was less work for me. I guess it does cost more, since I had to buy a good mic? But in the end it was worth it, so I'd say if I regoin for this die pa videodnachitas mikazethyaran taskudand. Yume? The cameraman's voice rings out again. We should move on? Yume flushes. Right, sorry. He rips another paper off, flinging the trash off camera as he reads, does Yume make his own clothes? What? Yume looks up to the camera for guidance, an obvious confused expression on his face. I think they're referring to your shirts with words on them, the cameraman replies. An understanding look flashes on Yume's face. But these shirts? Yume gestures to the one he was reading right that moment. Nope. But I buy them from the same shop. It's a small business type of store and all of the embroidery is hand-done. I haven't bought any new ones lately though, since all my clothes still fit me from 3 years ago. Yume lets out a small laugh. He goes and rips the next paper. Does Yume know I see you? I wasn't expecting this question. Yume lowers the board as he continues to talk. Yeah. Well, not personally, but I have watched some of his videos. It's interesting? He brings up valid points, and he curiously has lots of hero testimonies, unless he can mimic voices? Is he a troll? But he sounds so serious during his videos that hideouts no tactual belly eving wath sengunlish tat gudafinactor in which case them. Yume startles with a blink. I mumbled again, sorry. In short, yes, I have watched his videos but I don't know him on any personal level. Yume rips off the final paper for that board. Does Yume is gay? Yume pauses, looking straight at the camera. Does Yume is gay? He repeats in a questioning tone. Then he hums, throwing the board of camera. Who knows? The video then cuts forward. Yume holding the next and final board, reading what is Yume's. Yume smiles at the camera. All right, final board guys. He goes and rips of the first paper. What is Yume's age? Well actually, I transcend time so, he replies casually, going to rip off the next question. What is Yume's real name? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? The next paper is ripped off. What is Yume's editor's name? It's Coffeecat. I mean, that's not his real name but you know, yes. Go check him out, his cats are so cute. Yume rips off the next question. What is Yume's zodiac sign? I'm a Cancer. Although I'm not sure what that really means. I hope you don't hate me for it. Yume says, his face scrunching up. Anyway, Yume rips of the next paper. What is Yume's best video? Oh wow, well I can't choose myself, but I really love my video on 13 and water hose. And of course we can't forget my first ever video on present mic. It's slightly cringy, but it's lovely to me nonetheless. Yume goes to rip of the next paper. It's already the final question. Okay, make it good. The paper is ripped off. What is Yume's channel name? Yume blinks, a blank look on his face as he turns to the cameraman with a deadpan stare. Seriously? Hesitantly, the man behind the camera speaks. I am sorry? With a sad sigh, Yume pouts. My channel name is Yume. Yume answers Google's most searched questions wiring. 4.3M views posted XX May 2XX 258K. Yume takes the wiring autocomplete interview and answers the internet's most searched questions about himself. Does Yume do his own voiceover? Is Yume single? Does Yume make his own clothes? Yume answers, maybe, all of these questions and more. Comments. Write a comment. Pinned by wiring. Thank you for having me. 2.3K. By wiring reply. Show 548 replies. Taxigarm. Remind me to never invoke the rat god's name. 732. Reply. Hide for replies. Same. 23. Reply. Chorvir. Fear the rat god. 69. Reply. Nanis. Smiley face. 1.9K. Reply. Taxigarm. Holy sheet. 14. Reply. Show 23 more replies. Timarolo. You're saying there's a shop out there that sells dumb shirts? Take all my money. 367. reply. Show 14 replies. Chinsalea 45. The amount of people Googling if Yume has a partner loudly crying face loudly crying face loudly crying face. 163, reply. Hide 2 replies. Liato. Honestly. 4, reply. Megamind 3. Poor man's pulling a whole harem. Reply. Aw, Yume's mumbling is so cutty. 984, reply. Hide 1 reply. Thank you. Happy face. 462, reply. Fen I have been blessed. 7, reply. Shonimf. Okay, but Yume mentioning that Coffee Cat can sing? 43, reply. Show 2 replies. I see. I enjoy Yume's videos too. 1.2k, reply. Hide 1 reply. Endeavor 3. Yume Ice Chunk confirmed? 12, reply. I see. Do not talk to me with that username. 32, reply. Endeavor 3. Wait, I'm sorry, this is my brother's ACC. 3, reply. I see. Disown him. 57, reply. Show 342 more replies. Editor Cohen. _ / You dare take a wiring interview. Without me? Friendship ended. Wait, no. Izuku ignores his grumbling stomach as he finishes the first version of the script. It needs more fleshing out, and the lines of thoughts would need to be edited to be more coherent, but all in all it's a good start. Izuku spares a quick glance to the clock in the corner of the screen. Tsukachi-san should be back in a bit. Izuku hums absent-mindedly, standing up from his chair to stretch. God, has today been tiring. The door opens with a small click, followed by footsteps walking into the apartment. Izuku lights up. He rushes out of his room, spotting the man taking of his jacket. Izuku giggles to himself, saying a quick, heads up, as a warning before he's slamming into Tsukachi, enveloping him in a hug. Tsukachi yelps at the sudden weight, but quickly steadies himself to return the embrace. Whoa, what's this about? Tsukachi chuckles out, awkwardly waddling to the sofa with a teen attached to him. Izuku grins up at the man. I want food. Tsukachi lets out a belly laugh, lifting the plastic of takeout in his left hand. Go wash your hands, mister. Izuku hums, detaching himself from the man and rushing to the kitchen to clean up. The cool water feels nice on his hands, especially after typing so much. The feeling of dust on his hands seemed to disappear with the stream. He closes the tap, grabbing 2 plates. Tsukachi sets down the food, some fried rice from a nearby shop, and Izuku quickly puts them on the plate. He hears Tsukachi set down some of his stuff on the table before washing his own hands. Izuku passes his plate to him, earning a small thanks. They both settle down on the couch as Tsukachi opens the TV to some random channel. Celebrates his 10th year on the job with, comes through, but it's mainly background noise for them. How was your day? Tsukachi asks Izuku, before taking another scoop of his rice. Izuku hums with rice in his mouth. If swath goose dash, he says through the food, earning a stern look from Tsukachi. Izuku smiles cheekily. He swallowed the rice. It was good. They finally released the wiring interview, although it took less time than I thought it would. The interview where you forgot to tell me, went by yourself, didn't think to update me about your location, which caused me to send out patrol cars? Tsukachi jabs, half serious by his expression. Izuku lets out a guilty laugh, looking away with a smile. Tsukachi just rolls his eyes fondly, before they went back to their food. Stain reported to be seen lurking around the Hosu area after his most recent attack on Otamari. We warn any residents to avoid going out at night, especially alone. Any additional information on his whereabouts will be floats through the speakers. Tsukachi swears under his breath. Are you involved with Stain? Izuku asks, curious. Tsukachi shakes his head, running a hand through his hair. No, but I've heard about it. He's a tricky one, and his motive seems to be very opinionated, so we can't really predict his next victim. His motive? Izuku hasn't heard about that. Tsukachi nods. Yeah, he claims he kills heroes to cleanse the world of the bad ones, but some could argue that making a fundraiser to rebuild damaged houses is a good thing, but then again it could be seen as the hero not wanting to use their own money and not taking accountability, depending on your point of view. Stain seems to target bad heroes, some of which I agree are terrible but others. Tsukachi pauses, looking at Izuku stuffing his face with the food. I don't think I should share this with you. It's technically classified. Tsukachi ruffles Izuku's hair, before standing up to wash his plate at the kitchen. Izuku gets lost in thought. You're interning with Ms. Joke? Hitoshi sigh as Midoriya's green hair enters his vision. Wow, I'm great, thank you for asking, Hitoshi replies with a deadpan stare. Midoriya chuckles sheepishly. Sorry. It's just, you get to meet Ms. Joke. She's one of the few Twilight heroes that is quite known, and her quirk so amazing since seats no I'd consider Toby a quirk for heroic sand. Midoriya, take a breather please. Your face is so red you look like you'll pass out. Midoriya ignores the jab, smiling as he takes a sip of the mango tea Hitoshi ordered for him. He lets out a small sigh of relief, so Hitoshi thinks he chose right. Anyway, yes, I'm interning with Joke. Hitoshi answers the question, his fingers carding through Willow's fur. Cats are so precious. Midoriya perks up. That's so cool, he exclaims before blinking. But why Joke though? I didn't really expect that. Although, you do want to go underground so Igeshsigud place a taget outside the experience from since Sayasumeza Wasenkalden senden an affirm cell plus he has a voice a quirktana thought doesn't even have a mucho for physical effect sa she sphere good at martial arts and hand-to-hand combat so? Hitoshi watches in fascination as Midoriya practically lists the reasons he should go with Ms. Joke. Suddenly Izuku catches himself, his cheeks flushing. Sorry, I didn't mean to mumble away like that. He laughs, but it doesn't sound cheery. Hitoshi feels himself frown slightly before he goes back to his blank face. It's fine, Hitoshi says. I don't mind, it's interesting to see how your brain works. Plus, you did just mention everything I was going to say, which is great because less talking, more cats. Izuku studies him for a second before nodding with a relenting sigh, going to take another sip of his tea. Hitoshi watches his posture. He's a bit tense, but that's okay. Hitoshi lifts Willow and places him on Izuku's lap. Nothing a few cats can't fix. He hasn't seen Kaken since Auntie Mitsuki picked him up, not before giving Izuku a bone-crushing hug and a whack to the head along with a stern order to call her once in a while. Izuku wonders who he went with for the internships. Knowing Kaken, he'd probably go with a high-ranking hero. Izuku makes a note to text Aizawa on advising Kaken to choose someone better. Mirko perhaps? They're equally chaotic. Or maybe Grand Orca. He seems like he can shape Kaken without blunting his fangs. Gang Orca was in Hosu recently, no? He missed Stain by a few days, but Izuku doubts Stain would go for him. Stain seems to target heroes who have some sort of secret with their money, as if using their own money for anything other than donations is wrong. Although Izuku agrees on some of his choices for victims, like Rill, who was using his money to pay people to commit a crime before he would arrest them to gain publicity, he definitely disagreed with Stain's approach. The conversation with Tsukachi couldn't seem to leave Izuku's mind, even after meeting up with Shinso to catch up and plan the next few videos, seeing as Hitoshi was going on the internships. Maybe there was a pattern? He must have found the hero's information from somewhere, not that the public couldn't find most of it, but Izuku had to dig deep so even find some of the scandals Stain would talk about to the heroes. And that was only the heroes that got away from, more like was spared by, Stain and were willing to share what Stain accused them of. Then again, most were still in critical condition, so obviously they couldn't share what was said to them. Maybe Izuku shouldn't touch this. It wasn't some random hero he wanted to analyze, nor was it a one-and-done thing like the sludge villain incident. He can't go out and say, oh yeah, Stain's going to target this person of that person, all willy-nilly like that. Plus, if Stain, by some miracle, saw Izuku's video, then he'd obviously change his target to someone else. Or maybe he wouldn't if he truly believed the person was a bad hero. Stain seems unhinged like that. A small laugh escapes Izuku at his brain's wording, but it easily slips back into a frown. It feels wrong to just leave this be. He felt like he could help somehow. You're not a hero, Izuku. You don't have to do this. Izuku startles at the thought. Why did that hurt more than he thought it would? He realized that months ago. Just because I'm not a hero doesn't mean I shouldn't help how I can. Yeah, but you should leave this to the authorities. It's dangerous. Izuku nods to himself, True, but since when have I ever had any self-preservation skills? Izuku immediately stands up at that final thought, the voice in his head, which sounded oddly like Shinso, quieted with what seemed to be a groan of frustration as Izuku goes to his room. The computer opens with a bright glow as Izuku settles into his chair. The answers aren't going to find themselves. I'm Izuku? Izuku's eyes stayed glued to the screen. His eyes were wide as he scrolled through articles, switching to a Word document before switching back. He mumbles under his breath, thoughts running through his brain in a jumble of mess and words that merge like mismatched cabins on an old train. He doesn't hear the knock on the door, not the sound of it opening and the sigh of someone else. He jumps when Tsukachi touches his shoulder, looking around at the dark room. It's already night. Izuku, you should take a break. Come on, I got Maggie goring, let's get away from the screen, yeah. Izuku almost whines, the analysis is almost done, but he relents seeing the worried look on Tsukachi's face. With only minimal resistance, Izuku puts his computer on sleep mode before heading to the kitchen, Tsukachi leading him with a hand on his back. The smell of the wafting noodles enters Izuku's nose, and only then does he realize how hungry he actually is. His stomach grumbles with agreement, so Izuku lets himself sit as Tsukachi grabs the plates and sets the food down in front of him. He gobbles the noodles down as soon as he gets a taste. God, he hasn't eaten since this morning probably. He thinks Tsukachi chuckles at him, but he's not sure over the delicious taste flooding his senses. So what were you working on? You seemed more focused than usual, you didn't even acknowledge me coming home, Tsukachi asks casually. Izuku feels himself freeze. He hasn't told Tsukachi about what he was doing. Izuku looks around, I was working on something. Tsukachi waits patiently for Izuku to continue as the boy curses the fact that he usually talks a lot. Of course that wouldn't be enough of an explanation. Izuku gives his best cheeky smile. I researched Stain's past victims. See, there's a pattern to how he chooses them and… Izuku closes his mouth. Tsukachi looks at his with a full-on disappointed expression. I know you want to help. But Stain is dangerous and I don't want you anywhere near him, even if you're just searching online. You never know. But, please, Izuku. I know you're worried, especially since Bakugo will be in Hosu tomorrow for his internship, but… Kaken's what dash? And that's not. I can't help but worry. You look like you haven't blinked a day. Plus, Stain doesn't seem to have much of a pattern other than 2 attacks and a murder at each city. I don't want you to stress yourself. It's native. Tsukachi pauses at the outburst. Izuku takes advantage of that. His next victim is native. He's a lesser-known hero, and he patrols in Hosu. He's been under fire before for allegedly using his money to support the destruction of native settlements, adding to the fact that he's not actually native. It's the perfect victim. The man blinks, setting down his fork. Okay, you think it's native. Why not the other tens of heroes that also work in Hosu? Yes, Stain seemed like he would target native, but how can you be sure that Stain even knows about the scandals? He challenges. Izuku falters, but he sees how serious Tsukachi is being. He seems to search for victims on discussion boards, where he takes interest in more personated opinions and experiences. I went through some of more hidden but large discussion boards and easily found hero-hating posts. Most were pure hatred for no genuine reason, but I found a few users who seemed to back up their claims. There was one person who'd make weekly posts hating on different heroes, and out of the 31 posts they've made, 14 have been victims of Stain, not one of his victims weren't on the list. Yes, I know it's a weak link to say that Stain follows that list, but I noticed that on all the posts about the victims, there's this user who would ask more questions about the hero's crimes. The user has commented on 18 posts, all of which were the victims. Izuku takes out his phone, which was connected to his Word account, and reads off the evidence. I went ahead and did a background check on the user and his name, which used to be Akaguru_chi changed their name to Society Cleanser, which, by the way, is a terrible name if you want to be on the down low. It's too Stain-like. In fact, the user's account and their posts seem to be about fake heroes, cleansing society, and doing the job myself. The order they comment on posts is following their victim order and usually a whole 7 days after the comment a hero would be attacked. Well, except The stunned face on the detective's face made Izuku stop in his information dump. You can't blame him, he's been holding his findings the past few days. The detective eventually lets out a small breath, before closing his eyes and muttering something under his breath. Alright kid. I'm sorry I asked you to stop, since you're obviously already in deep. It's wow, that's a lot of leads. What were you going to say? Izuku let out a small smile before going back to his document. Well, out of the 4 posts of his not yet victims that he'd commented on, 3 of them were commented on in between heroes he attacked. Tsukachi leans in, food forgotten. Explain? Well, if we look to a month ago, they commented on the post for Miro, who Stain attacked and subsequently killed. Next, they commented on a post for Kaizo but Stain didn't do anything to him. Then the user commented on the post for Flern, whom Stain attacked. Oddly enough, the 7-day PRD that usually applied after the comment was shortened to 4 in Flern's case. But, if you take into account that Kaizo was supposed to be the victim, then Flern's attack was 7 days after Kaizo's post's comment. It's as if something changed Stain's mind from attacking Kaizo and he quickly changed his sights to Flern, keeping the original intended time of attack, Izuku explained, tacking on a, assuming the commenter is Stain. Tsukachi nods seriously, his phone now open, like he was taking notes. What about the other 2 comments that weren't victims? And is the poster of the discussion involved in Stain's whole idea? Izuku nods, yup. Stain commented on a post on Timber, who wasn't attacked but only 2 days after that he commented on a post about Slodge, who was attacked 5 days later. Recently, Stain commented on a post on Ingenium, but it was quickly followed by a comment on Rubber not even a day later, and then Rubber was attacked 7 days after that. And don't think the original poster has anything to do with Stain. I checked their account too and they're just a normal civilian who lives overseas. They have something against Japanese heroes, despite being Japanese themselves. I think it has something to do with the HPSE. Izuku nods to himself. And the remaining 1 comment? Izuku grimaces, it's on a post about native. Izuku watches it all click for Tsukachi, and, when was the comment made? The boy looks down at his notes with a trembling sigh, 6 days ago.